Hello and good evening and welcome to tonight's Boise State Esports broadcast. Well, we hope you're having a great Friday night and looking forward to the weekend, so why don't you relax, kick back, and enjoy some of the esports action we are bringing to you tonight. From high school to collegiate level, from Overwatch to Rocket League is what we'll have tonight for you. I'm your host, Jacob Jem Palmer, and tonight we start out with Missouri High School Esports Association Overwatch. The Hickman Cupies are back to wow us with their very unique mascot as they go up against Muriel Battle. And it will be very interesting to see what happens in Overwatch tonight because these two teams are going to be facing off against the latest balance changes that we've seen in the game lately. We have seen they just came through last week, and so this week we'll see them in full effect in this particular tournament, which is made up of 14 schools in an 8-week season. All teams will be seeded in the playoffs, and there will be 4 weeks of playoffs in April, which is just around the corner. Well, we join these two teams as they continue to fight through this season, as these two teams are Hickman versus Muriel Battle. Hickman having the Cupies, that very unique mascot. We're glad to see them back here tonight. And as you can see there, we are going to be getting to this game very, very soon. But as we prepare for this game, we are just going to take a little bit of a look back at what the kind of state of play is for the overall game of Overwatch. And that state of play will help be brought to you by Doc's Keys to the Game in Overwatch, which are never take a fair fight. That means take your fights in unexpected places, when they are unprepared, and when you can have ability advantages. Doc's Keys to the Game brought to you by Count. Count Identity Trust Global Network delivers real-time fraud protection, account protection, and enablizes personalized customer experiences for more than 9,000 leading brands and payment providers. Quick and accurate identity trust decisions deliver safe payment, account creation, and login events while reducing digital fraud, false chargebacks, false positives, and manual reviews. Count.com for more information. Where I can think of no one better to help us break down the state of the game of Overwatch than Artie Nerdy Rain, who is joining us. And as I just brought up, we have some new balance changes that have just gone into effect that these teams are going to be contending with. A lot of these DPS heroes are getting some welcome buffs in terms of Genji and Reaper and Mei. We've already seen some of these DPSs be in the metagame, so I'm very curious to see how much more we'll see of them now that they're getting some buffs.
Okay, I'm going to be real with you. I don't know why Mei and Reaper got a buff. They were already able to be forced into the Brawl meta quite easily, and yes, I understand that Angry Birds or like Genji Nanoblade Dive is very viable, but Reaper and Mei did not need a buff, okay? Reaper was already very OP as is, and then you combine Wall and Maul with Reaper and then a Lucio speed boost and a Reinhardt, and basically you have an unstoppable front line. And so it's just, I feel very sorry for anyone that doesn't like to play into Reaper or playing into Mei, because Meeper is very annoying.
Yeah, it can be annoying. It probably is a little bit more annoying when you consider only one character really got a nerf in these balance changes, and that was going to be Zarya.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so if you look at it from the perspective of like kind of what the tank meta has been doing for a while, it predominantly has been like, you know, back to the classic of Rein Zarya, or you're doing the weird turtle comp, which is Rein Orisa. Granted, I do love running that comp because you can just play Reinhardt as though he's a dive tank, or as anyone else would like to call him, Diveheart. It's kind of crazy, but it's fun. And D.Va kind of was forced out of the meta for a very long time, and after, I want to say almost 2 years ago, when she got her huge nerf on her fusion cannons plus her rockets and her defense matrix was dropped, playing D.Va post-GOATs almost got people telling you that you were throwing the game. So now that Zarya's getting a nerf and D.Va's having an easier time taking ultimates, especially like last night's games during the Boise State games, we actually had Quidgeable eat 2 ultimates of Graviton and a Mail like back-to-back. Honestly, nerfing a Zarya to allow D.Vas to have a little bit more like room to play, because Zaryas are actually really difficult to play into a high charge for a D.Va, is great, so that we can actually pull back the D.Va comps and, you know, bring back the kind of half dive comp where you have a D.Va that's just there to disrupt high ground. So as an original D.Va main, I'm excited.
Well, and you have even more reason to be excited. Talk about serendipity and talking about D.Va. We're going to be going to Mech Base first off tonight.
Yes, I love Mecha Base. It's so beautiful. As we look at these comps going in, we do see we've got the Rein D.Va coming out from Hickman with that Lucio. They don't have a Reaper, and so we've got Frosted DD on that McCree, but Buzzer is on May, so Wall and Maul is still a very viable comp here as long as the Kree isn't splitting off too much from their team, unless Kree's choosing to stay with D.Va. For the side of Muriel, though, we've got double hit scan coming out in the form of both McCree and Soldier, so that might be a little bit to deal with for that D.Va, but hopefully the backup will be okay.
Yeah, and Hickman flanking them from behind is going to be able to take out Cosmos as Unicorn gets the second one. A little bit of an answer back from Muriel as they take out Lucio, but a continuing up damage is going to be going on as Wim is taken out from Muriel, so that's going to be one of their supports down, and they're going to have to go for a soft reset.
So for the side of Muriel right here, you see that they're running that Ana, and anti-nades are very big, but D.Va, great thing to do is just use your defense matrix, take that nade when you see the animation trigger. They don't have a Zarya to cleanse the anti though, so they need to be very careful that they aren't letting that anti-nade land on too many people at once. The Lucio, however, for the side of Hickman's going to allow them basically to just ram into Muriel whenever they come out of these doors, so long as May gets a decent wall to like just split off one or two members of the team.
And now they plant down some healing there. We're going to be trying to push through this choke, but that huge shatter is going to catch them right off the bat. They try to use a Deadeye in retaliation, but I don't see how it's going to pick up anybody. Instead, Cosmos and Jen are taken out, so both tanks out for Muriel battle as another soft reset is going to have to come through for them. And Hickman has already gotten to 50%.
Shout out to Ray Glory there during that high noon that just happened for keeping their defense matrix up. But one thing that you got to keep in mind is that it's still a resource that goes down. So instead of sitting there having it toggled on the entire time, put your mech in front of the McCree. Just keep walking in front of them. Your defense matrix is going to go down. You're probably going to lose your mech anyway, but at last possible second, then toggle defense matrix. You might have a larger chance of keeping your mech alive.
Well, Muriel has managed to reach the point, but a Blizzard is going to catch a few of their members. Here comes a high noon as they go behind the walls to try to avoid it, and a Diva Bomb is going to be used by Hickman to take out their Orisa, but a tactical visor is going to be used to take out the McCree. And Ray Glory and Thunder answer that back by 2 eliminations of their own, meaning that Muriel is still going to have a little bit of a tough time taking this point as a Flame Strike is going to be going on to Cosmos there. And Ray Glory answers that up by taking out the Ana as well. And a failed push now for Muriel means that they're just going to have to try to get anything that they can onto this point, and a nice Flame Strike there is going to stop the Zarya from getting on the point, but we do see a Brig on the point going to be taken out by the Reinhardt as the overtime timer counts down, and that's going to be the first victory for Hickman.
That was honestly very beautifully done from Hickman, and I'm excited to see what happens next. If we go into Sanctuary, however, or even possibly Downtown, since we saw that we had double hit scan coming out, I feel like we have the possibility to possibly see maybe a Widowmaker if we make it to the Downtown map. However, here, we see Panaman switching over in favor of that Tracer, and we have the Moira Lucio. So they're going for more of a dive comp, while their Lucio is going to be sticking with the tanks. So McCree, oh, we have Sky actually switching over to Widowmaker, and we've got Panaman going to the Reaper. Now we're having double main tank come out for the Orisa Reinhardt. So lots of bunkering down on point. Their goal is going to be basically get there first and do not leave.
Well, the door's open. Both teams have a Lucio to try to use that speed boost to get to the point first. And I would think both of them are going to be running into each other at fairly high speed here.
Actually, Mariel decided to only use the Lucio to speed boost out the door, and then they swap back one of their supports. I believe it was the Baptiste who
yeah,
did
the
it.
Baptiste, yeah, Unicorns.
That is very viable to do, but typically you want to do that with a Mercy or a Moira or Brigitte who can either shield bash out, fade out the door, or a Mercy who can Guardian Angel out, because Baptiste still is relatively slow. Not as slow as Ana, but that little bit of speed boost does help.
Muriel are the first ones to the point, are able to take it as Hickman off to the left here. This McCree is in a little bit of danger from this Widowmaker. Is going to have to be careful there. Widowmaker throws out the poison bomb, just try to get a little bit of damage, and is going to be able to pick off McCree. His Immortality Field is taken out by Buzzer. That's the only elimination, not even an elimination, that Hickman has to their name. Shatter does come online and picks up a huge amount from Muriel, and the wall also goes up, allowing Reinhardt to do his thing. That's going to be a little bit of a sleep dart did hit that Reinhardt, but still a great play for Hickman as they now find themselves trying to take back this point. He's going to swing right into the Reaper there, take him off, and this Widowmaker is going to find a lot of pressure being placed and is going to be taken out by the McCree.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, that was a very interesting positioning choice coming out from Sky right there, literally being in front of the point. I think that was an inting, please come kill me quickly play. That's the only thing I can think of. We do see that we've got Window coming out from Unicorn Syrup here, and if they can manage to combo that with one of Cosmo's Fire Strikes, they can probably take out some of the squishies here from the side of Hickman. It comes out, but we don't see a Fire Strike, but the Fire Strike from the other Matrix comes out and picks up 2 for the side
and
of Ariel.
And a Death Blossom, a triple Death Blossom at that. Is going to leave that Amplification Matrix of not much utility to Hickman. Instead, a team kill going to be going through Pure Muriel. You can see right here as we're going to take another look at that. The Baptiste is coming up behind here saying, I'm going to be placing down this Amplification Matrix. Places it down. It looks like it would have been promising as the Flame Strike does take out Unicorn, but right back there, a double Flame Strike followed by the Death Blossom and just broken through that and allowed Muriel to take the point.
Going to this next fight, though, we do see that Hickman has Blizzard as well as High Noon and Lucio Sound Barrier coming up. We've had both Supercharger pop, Cosmos has gone down, and we have infrared sights up right now. We do hear Sigma popping ult as well. Unable to see if he got 2 people in it. The Reaper's very low, so Hickman has the opportunity to come back here as they're up 2. And Ayumi's just kind of having a fun time right at Lucioing on point right now, I think.
Yeah, he's having a fun time zipping around there as Muriel is going to find themselves waiting right now for one of their tanks, for Jen to respawn there, get back up to full strength, and ready to push to the point. Now they do have the Nano Boost available as well as a Shatter, and a lot of the Shatters have been very big so far, so something to look out for as they make their way down to the point.
Oh, just speed into that. Come on, they all just dropped right there for you.
And there goes another huge shatter, but is there going to be a follow-up? Buzzer is able to take out Sky as Immortality Field goes out. High Noon is going to be able to take out Cosmos, and Hickman is going to still find themselves at full strength where Maria's finding them down. Another shatter goes, and they are catching everyone left and right tonight.
All right, now going into this, what should be the last fight, unless it's dragged out super long. We've got Nano Boost coming in from one side as well as that Amplification Matrix. Jen is choosing to swap over for the Zarya for a little bit more sustain, a little bit more speed, allowing Reinhardt to kind of play dive hard in with that bubble. Reaper might be able to get his ult up, but that Mei ult is what Hickman's playing around right now. As we hear it get popped on point, they might be able to take out this Reinhardt. Immortality's gone up. They need to make sure they take that down. The Matrix is in front of it. That Mei wall's coming out to protect the Rein. Perfectly done to wall off that team, and Hickman's going to take the first map of Busan.
Yeah, that was a very unfortunate pick early on there onto that Reaper there. And all the other ultimates, it forced Muriel to use them when they weren't at full strength. So it didn't quite work out for them. But the Idaho Army National Guard is something that always works out for Boise State Esports, being a great sponsor and offering over 10 positions with a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for. The Idaho Army National Guard is one of the best teams to join out there. You can reach out to them at iGuard Gaming on Twitch. So one of the questions that I have to ask you, Nerdy, is just based on that initial round, what's going to be the biggest shatter we see tonight now? Because it seems like any shatter used by both of those teams was able to catch at least 2 or 3 of the opposing team.
I feel like Shatter is an ability that people really need to be on top of tracking, especially Reinhardt versus Reinhardt. The two Reins need to constantly be keeping tabs on who has Shatter first and kind of trying to play that mind game of preventing your team from getting shattered. I understand that, like, yes, we're seeing huge shatters and they're awesome to see, and I'm very happy for both the Reins that are getting them. However, I'm very sad for the other Reinhardt that is like, dang it, this mind game that I'm playing is not working in my favor. I want to see some shatters get blocked, my friends. Come on, don't let your teams go down like that.
We have been seeing some blocking of ultimates, though, as we have seen, some great Mei walls go out, especially at the end there in the face of that Amplification Matrix. And that's the one thing that with Mei getting buffed and already being a strong hero, I do love seeing where the Mei walls go up in terms of utility, whether it's used for that wall and maul strat, or whether it's used in kind of a more cheeky aspect, kind of on the same level of the Symmetra teleport, when you see like a Mei wall put the wall under a bastion to get the bastion in a more precarious place. I just love seeing the utility of that wall come out and seeing the skill that comes out from that ability.
Yeah, I won't lie though, walls kind of upset me. I definitely know someone who likes to wall his entire team in spawn.
And talking about things that upset you, let's move on to 2CP.
Yes, okay. Well, this isn't the worst of the 2CP maps. As we've discussed, I don't like Temple of Anubis. Yes, it's beautifully and stylistically gorgeous to look at. I just don't like how it always plays out in favor for either team. It's just never fun. So I'm happy we're on Hanamura.
Muriel is going to be the first ones to push through here as we see them on the Rein Zarya composition. Doesn't look like they'll be bringing out the Symmetra for any teleport shenanigans right now.
No teleport shenanigans, but we've got hack shenanigans coming out from Panda Man. They're going to be able to take out that Baptiste. They don't have a Mercy on the side of Hickman, so there's going to be no res. That means 10 seconds at least that we're going to have a 5v6 here. Panda Man is waiting for the opportunity to run in there and get a hack off, and that hack is going to be huge. Unfortunately, Frost is going to manage to take out Panda Man, so this is 5v5. But we are going to see that Baptiste get back here pretty soon. So for the side of Mariel on this first push, they're going to have to figure out some target focus here pretty quick.
Cosmos is taken out by Frost, and some answering back to that with the Ashe there. He's going to get a nice hit there onto the McCree, but no elimination thus yet. And in fact, this Ashe is going to find herself split off a little from her team. Is going to have to use the coach gun to go back and regroup. And we also see Thunder taking out Jen there for Muriel. So both teams are going to be down a little bit. Oh, and that Sombra not able to get back in time.
Unfortunately, yes, Sombra is invisible, but when you use abilities, all characters have some form of an audio voice line cue, and those are able to be heard by either side. So you need to be very careful. That's Sombra as she threw that translocator through that window. I even heard it here on the caster side. So that just goes to show that how loud those abilities are. That translocator sound was actually made bigger.
I'm sorry, Nerdy, but that was just a huge shatter again.
Yep, that got almost everybody. The Zen just barely survived because he was furthest away, and he's... Oh, Zen. Oh, no.
This May
you gonna make it? Oh, Ryan, now you better not get caught out. But yeah, so that translocator noise once upon a time was actually a little bit quieter, but when Glass Cannon, the counter comp to Goats, came out, they made it much louder because of how strong Sombra was for a while. So now, audio cues for Sombra are pretty obvious. Sneaking through a choke point like this, you need to be extra careful.
Sneaking through the choke point, the only ultimate that they're going to be facing right now is the High Noon, although we have two more. One just came online as the Flux also comes online, as well as the Lucio beaten, also a Blizzard. So here comes the Flux, going to get a lot of the members of Muriel there, and the wall comes up separating one of them. That's actually going to be the Bob that was separated out there, taken out by the High Noon. So now another Blizzard comes on, is going to catch that Reinhardt, and he's going to get focused down and taken out, as well as that Zarya, who gets walled off, is going to be able to survive, though, with some help from Zenyatta.
All right, so one of the things that I always look at here when we come to using ultimates and abilities in conjunction with one another is how to get the most value out of that ult. So that Sigma McCree ult, huge combo, but they should have waited just a second longer and let the team cross that choke point, because when they didn't do that, the McCree, that High Noon can kill almost everybody in that ultimate. They just need to let him have line of sight, and they did not give him that line of sight.
And another Mei wall goes up, separating Muriel as they continue to try to push through here. And I saw their Sombra there right in the middle of the action. Does have the EMP available. Is going to be trying to focus down the shield of this Reinhardt, who is now in hot pursuit. And tries to get the hack on. Now Frost does go down to Sky there, as Ray Glory answers that back by getting Jen as well. So both teams are at 5, but Muriel still has yet to hit that point. And they might just have to regroup here and maybe hope that they get a really good EMP onto Hickman.
For the side of Hickman right now, I hope Ayumi is fully aware that that Sombra has had plenty of time to charge this EMP. Typically 2 fights is what you want to shoot for, so after 2 you just kind of assume she has it. Lucio, you need to be hiding. You are the key to your team surviving that EMP blast if it does go off.
Well, we did see a switch onto the Wrecking Ball, and there goes Bob as well. It's going to go right into that point as the Reinhardt charges through.
Oh.
And the Bob is going to be able to take out the Baptiste. The Sombra is also eliminated by Buzzer as the Mei wall goes up, and it's not going to be enough for Muriel. Tried to push through. Cosmo there almost got to the point, but with the Mei wall behind him and all of those members focusing him down, I don't think he would have been on that point for very long.
I just realized that there's no prizes, just pride down at the bottom for the Missouri High School Esports Association, like what the victory thing is. And I'm not gonna lie, for high school, I would have been totally fine with just having bragging rights. Normally, you know, I did a lot of weird, obscure things. I did robotics and competitive theater as a kid in high school.
Competitive theater?
Yes, that's a thing. So, no one understood, and I did color guard, and like no one understood, the competition aspects of what I was doing. So it was kind of just like, oh, you brought home a title. You kind of just have bragging rights for your school to be like, yeah, I won this thing.
Well, the closest thing to competitive theater that I had was speech and debate that I was a part of. And the closest thing, I suppose, was you could have humorous interpretation of some sort of work. It was like a work of a published movie or maybe a poem or a story that was adapted. Or you could go for dramatic interpretation. And the one thing about dramatic interpretation is it is not for the faint of heart.
Oh, I would love to see one of these.
You need to, if you're assigned as a judge to dramatic interpretation and speech of debate, go in there with a chocolate bar and some tissues, because you are going to find all the troubles of life thrown at you. Just remember, it's a dramatic world out there. Alrighty, we head into the second map right now, as Hickman only needs to get one tick on the point, and they might be trying to get it really fast with that Symmetra turret. Gonna have to see how well the coordination here, as it is going to try to get set up here, but they're actually going to be going up to the point right now.
Yes.
And they managed to get through. There goes the turret, but the Dynamite catches the Symmetra. Immortality Field is also going to be eliminated by Thunder now. As they try to get just one tick on that point. You see May also huddling up in that cryo chamber, which did get a buff to the health and healing there. A little bit of extra survivability there, but there's a Reinhardt up there, and that May wall isn't going to be fast enough as all the members of Hickman get taken out, and Muriel manages to hold him.
Unfortunately, Frost is going to swap over the McCree, and yes, I totally get it. In a lot of cases, everyone's like, if it doesn't work on the first push, we're going to swap. I honestly think that they could have done it. For the side of Muriel, they do not have a Lucio, so if they're holding at that choke and you just put a TP up and go in, they're not going to be able to make it back to that point fast enough. So long as you can catch one of the players while you're doing this transport, the TP transport, as long as you can catch one of the Mario players out of rotation, easy win.
And both May walls go up on the choke. Cosmo is going to find himself taken out by the McCree, and the Blizzard is used by Panda, who is eliminated by Buzzer. Bob is going to come down there as a defense from Sky. Continues just laying damage onto those trying to get through that choke. Finds herself taken out by Thunder there. And Jen is going to answer that back by taking out Frosted as they push to the point, have two on there. All they need is one tick, but it is contested by Muriel as Ray, Iam, and Thunder all get taken out one after the other. It's going to have to be another push to Hickman. So as much as we talk about snowballing in 2CP, there has been no chance to even make the starting snowball for this match here, because no one's managed to get one tick on the first point thus far.
I hate to say it and be the one to make this comment, but I think the issue that Muriel and Hickman both ran into, yes, part of the goal is to make it to the point, but the other part of the goal is to win the fight. And they leave these fights to take way too gosh darn long because their target focus is not on the same heroes. It's okay to split focus sometimes, but at the end of the day, if someone calls a target, that target needs to melt. And that's not happening here.
There goes the Gravitic Flux, is going to take a huge member of Muriel out, but the Maywall goes out there having to find themselves a way after that. Out of that, there goes another Supercharger, and Shatter, as well as Amplification Matrix is going to be pushing through the choke, and a huge avalanche of eliminations are going to be going on to Muriel as they find all of their members taken out. Wim is going to be the last one taken out there. Jen, a quick swap onto the Wrecking Ball to try to get onto the point, but is it going to be fast enough? Because all they need is one tick. It is not, and Hickman gets the victory there. And that's going to be enough for them to be declared the winner of this match in great fashion there. A very quick match for them, but both teams gave each other a good run for their money in that 2CP map.
Hey Hickman, is there a chance y'all can send me a shirt with your school mascot on it?
Well, we have a shirt. Maybe we can trade him one of our Stabobo shirts for that.
I know we've discussed how, like, I don't know, the art style of, I can't remember what that art style is called. It's actually a very specific type. Always kind of freaks me out a little bit, and I think it'd be really funny to wear that as a shirt and just have people be like, what is that? I'm like, oh, it's Hickman High School's mascot, and like seem all super peppy and like awesome about it and happy. And like, of course, I'll be promoting a school that we get to broadcast for, but on the other hand, people just be like, that makes me a little uncomfortable.
Well, I'm glad you Remember I said it's a dramatic world out there,
Exactly.
so you can add to just how dramatic it is. That particular comment brought to you from a judges group, by the way, that some family members belong to. That's just how great of a reputation that particular event had. But enough of that. We can go to the top 5 plays of the game.
Shatter.
Shatter. We're just going to see 5 shatters. Okay, so we're not going to actually be doing top 5 plays of the game. We're just going to be doing just general plays of the game.
Okay,
right
so
now.
4 shatters and a Death Blossom. Got it.
Yeah, that makes sense there. It just seemed like every shatter there got huge mileage for either team.
Yeah, I mean, when you don't have kind of like the cooldown shield of a Sigma or a Zarya bubble to block a shatter, and you're just relying on Orisa Reinhardt shield rotations, it both go down, and the other Reinhardt's like, you got no shield, I got shatter. Everybody's done for.
Well, it wasn't just the shatter, but it was kind of those big tank CC ultimates, just period, that got a huge amount. The gravitic flux at the end there, that, caught a majority of the team off guard, it seemed, whenever it was used.
For a while, it's kind of been a tank meta, I suppose, so maybe the Reaper May buff was actually supposed to shift it more towards it being a DPS-heavy meta, but I still don't see it after that game.
Yeah, definitely a lot of mileage gotten, and here was one of those first shatters in the choke point. Nonetheless, they find themselves pushing up here, and then comes the shatter followed by the charge.
Oh, yes, this one. Yeah, that was... it's always dangerous holding right there when your shield is low as Reinhardt. You gotta calculate the risks here. You gotta keep in mind what the other enemy has as far as ultimates, what they could do to you, and where your Orisa shield is.
Yeah, that's actually the Diva charging in there. I thought that was the Reinhardt for a little bit. And there's a little bit of the utility that we were talking about with the Diva at the early, that ability to eat those ultimates, which really came through for Boise State last night, but only for a Deadeye in this particular match.
Hey, it's okay. Diva max charged very quickly.
Yeah. That is true, and it worked out great there for Hickman. It looked like he was using that Diva in that first round, and here we move on to Sanctuary, and it might have just been another. I would just be willing to bet that it was another shatter. I'm just going to say.
That actually was leading up to that Shatter Death Blossom combo,
okay.
I believe, as well as the Shatter Death Blossom double matrix moment over by Drum.
That's probably.
I believe that's what we were about to see.
I don't think there was a shatter as a part of that. It was actually a flame strike followed by the Death Blossom.
A very
but
deadly
impressive nonetheless.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to be the first match done for the Missouri High School Esports Association, but we've got more high school teams ready to fight for that pride and glory, so stay tuned. We'll be back with match 2 after this.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your Guard adventure.
like Jan was right, it's obviously one of the reasons all I see right now
Legendary fights for legendary wins.
It's kind of a given, to be honest, right? But feel like the idea of potentially trying to find something different here with the Pharaoh Cat. Ancestral Guardian is quite good, just probably not.
And welcome back to tonight's broadcast of Boise State Esports, bringing to you matches from the Missouri High School Esports Association. We have just finished watching our first match of the night of Hickman versus Muriel battle, and now we see two entirely new schools to us. That is going to be Capital Independent.
Maplewood Richmond.
Maplewood Richmond, thank you very much. And these are two entirely new teams that are being brought to us. We were excited to see just one new team last week, but now we have two entirely new teams.
Well, so that just means I can't make any predictions of how it's going to go, and so therefore I can't cast or curse myself.
Well, that is... I need to see. Someone's gonna have to screenshot there that thumbs up there. That was such a good pose, like the pose of me laughing too.
Thank
so
you.
That was great. But yeah, you are right. New teams, new strategies that could be brought to the field here, and especially with those balance changes we were talking about earlier. Just a whole great thing of. Realm of possibilities. Although one thing that I was, kind of wanting to bring up was one of the old things that is going to be leaving us, and that is 2CP in terms of, yeah. I wanted to say, we're talking about all the new things, but, with Overwatch 2 coming out and the new push mode that's going to be out, I really got to thinking that this whole season is kind of a last send-off to 2CP, especially since in this high school format, it's been moved up in the overall schedule, so we're guaranteed to see it every time.
Yeah, and I feel really bad for both these teams having to deal with that 2CP, because as we've firmly established, nobody likes it. Like, Blizzard acknowledges nobody likes it. Why?
Well, there's got to be like those 1 to 2 players out there who are really sad that it's going.
Yeah, I understand that, because there are some pretty cool 2CP maps, such as Paris is very visually appealing to look at. Also, even though it's been kind of out of the rotation for a very long time, Horizon Lunar Colony went through an entire map upgrade because of how little people enjoyed playing that map, and it's just gonna go bye-bye.
Well, the map that we are going to be starting off on, since it seems that all these maps kind of share at least the first starting map, is going to be Busan as we start out in the King of the Hill format, as both of these teams, Capital Independence and Maplewood Richmond, are going to be fighting off against each other. So we get into Doc's keys to the game in Overwatch, which is never to take a fair fight. And what does that mean? Well, that means to take fights in unexpected places when they are unexpected and don't take so gosh darn long.
I feel like that last bullet is kind of also directly talking to the Boise State Overwatch team, especially Orange. Last night during our match, our first fight on the first map, lasted insanely long. Of course, the countdown timer went off. King of the Hill point objective opened up. 5 ultimates got expelled during the course of almost 3 minutes of continuous fighting on this objective. Nobody took control the entire time. It was ridiculous. And when I say 5 ults, I mean from each side. It was gross.
Well, since the Boise State team here isn't in the building to read that, that might just be the equivalent of muttering under your breath, turning under around and saying,
I think that was directed kind of at me then.
All right, that was Doc's Keys to the Game, brought to you by Count Identity Trust Global Network. And now we go into the first map here, which is going to be downtown. We were saying there's the possibility of the Widowmaker being brought up, and for Columbia Independence, that is going to be indeed be one of their choices.
Yeah, they're choosing to go with that Wrecking Ball Reinhardt comp too. It looks to be working in their favor as they're able to take out 3 members of the side of Maplewood, make that 4. The way that the comp for the side of Columbia works is literally surround and conquer. Lucio, kind of stick with your Reinhardt on to make sure you're firing you know, darts into his butt to keep him alive, so to speak, if your Lucio's not there with him. And everyone else can kind of just operate on their own. Ana just needs to make sure that they don't get dove and that they can stay alive and they have good angles.
Well, speaking of Lucio, this Lucio for Columbia Indy is having way too much fun here. Not only getting multiple boosts during that last fight, but in the battle between the Lucios coming out on top there. Columbia Indy maintaining control at this point as here we go for Maplewood Richmond. I was wondering where they were.
They're taking their time to reconvene, but unfortunately for the side of Maplewood, their Widowmaker's going to go out first, and their Lucio's going to get a large ante on them. Skid is also going to go a little bit low. Unfortunately, now they've lost their Lucio, so that means their ability to kind of soft reset here is going to be made a little bit more difficult as the Wrecking Ball goes in for a pile drive, most likely just to get out some abilities, but the charge from the Reinhardt's going to bring them down low. They're able to make it out as the Lucio takes some of the attention from that Ryan in the main. Silver's also going to manage to pick up these once again, so they're going in without their Widowmaker while Silver's just able to control that high ground with no pressure on them.
And now we see they're going to be focused down in this choke point. They're having really hard time as none of their ultimates have built up. Columbia Indy, on the other hand, is going to have 3 ultimates with one soon coming online. And Lucio peeked around, saw that Widowmaker aiming at him, and just decided to go back and get some time. Minefield is going to be used as well as Infrared Sight, and that Minefield is already going to be taken out. Busy. Maplewood Richmond finding themselves in another shatter. And then Lucio taking a lot of damage, going to be taken out by the Wrecking Ball as all the other members of Maplewood also fall. Busy the only one, and that's just because he got off of a respawn. Now they just got to go into desperation tactics and try to just touch the point.
Okay, so I did not realize this, but Maplewood Richmond went with a Lucio Brigada comp, which is borderline just as hard to pull off in lower ranks as a Brig Zenyatta comp, which as both being quote-unquote flex or off heals, neither one is a main heal. Yes, it's doable, but the limited heals means you can't take a lot of spam, you need to rotate perfectly together, and you need to be on all targets together. So that's a hard comp for Maplewood Richmond to be trying to pull off here.
Now we move on to Sanctuary. Maplewood trying to regroup here. They're going to be pulling out the Symmetra.
And they're having Skid swap over to the Pharah, Fizzy swapping over to the Roadhog. E-Rock was on D.Va, is going with in favor of the Reinhardt. They're sticking with the Brigida this time. They are not bringing out the Lucio. For the side of Columbia Indy, they are not really changing up their comp too much, except for no Widowmaker this time. They have an Ashe and they have a Tracer. Their whole goal, once again, is get to the point, fight out in open space, and just sustain their presence in space. That's all they need to do. Whereas the side of Maplewood, yeah, they're going to try to get that TP there and set up the car wash, but they need to group together and stay together, unfortunately. So surround and conquer a group of people and just throw damage in at them. It's going to be real hard for that little clump of people to survive.
This far already taken a bit of damage there, is going to be healed up now as the anti-nade gets thrown out towards Columbia Indy there. They're just going to have to worry about not only has Columbia Indy taken the point, but so many of their mobile heroes are just going all over the place here. Psychic tries to put some damage down onto the point, finding some focus here from, it looks like, the Lucio there. Lucio just got a little bit too cocky for their own good, though. He's going to be taken out by that Flame Strike there, as Fish Sticks and Orin managed to keep some good defense going on the point there. And you see Symmetric Turret taken out there by the Tracer, as Maplewood tries to take the point here. It's going to find themselves being able to take out the Reinhardt as well as the Ana. Let's see if that's enough for them to be able to take the point here.
I don't think so, as Silver's been able to take out a lot of the backline, just maintaining presence on this point for a while with not a lot of issues. Anki is also back and on the point, circling around on the high ground with that Lucio. Unfortunately, Lucky's going to go down to Skid, but Lucio's going to manage to pick up that Symmetra. The Mercy Res is going to come out back onto the Symmetra. However, Silver's going to manage to take out the Pharah that was left behind without a Mercy. So Columbia is doing just fine maintaining their presence on this point. Yes, you need to win the fight, but you already have 1 point. Staggering out these kills, just using ultimates as they come online is a viable strategy here.
Hooked before he can follow up to that shatter there, as Minefield is going to take out Firestar. Lucky following that out by taking out the Symmetra. Columbia Indy with a huge advantage on point at a very good time for them as they start to cross the 75 mark. You see Psykid here, one of the few remaining members, trying to get away, but it might have been better to, like you say, just die to try to regroup, especially since there's so little time left on the clock.
There are very, very few heroes that I will tell you to try and survive on if you're trying to get out, and unfortunately, Pharah's not one of them. Zarya is one of the ones I will tell you to try and keep alive as you escape. But that's basically it.
Now, Psykid does have the missile barrage available here and is going to try to use it to try to take off. It's not going to get too much mileage, though, and Columbia Indy taking the first victory there. Well, I gotta say, it's a bit of a contrast between mascots going from kind of the Cupies and the more angelic to a much more sinister tone there.
A little bit. I think the lion's son is a little angelic.
Yeah, maybe just kind of a balance there. It's a balance. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's bright.
Yeah, there you go. We'll go with that. Well, in terms of what we're going to see next, we have 2CP coming up. This overall match brought to you by the Idaho Army National Guard, a proud supporter of Boise State esports. Top plays are presented by the Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. With more than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for, the Idaho Army National Guard is one of the best teams out there. Reach out to them at Twitch at iGuard Gaming.
Yeah, if you have the ability to... I'm sorry, that is a large bagel behind us. If you have the ability to register to participate in our, United States Armed Forces, definitely go do it if you have the heart to do it. I personally never had the physical, health to do it. I have bad knees, and that made it so I can't do anything. So I just go to school.
Just so you know, she was referring to a character who, a player whose gamer tag is a large bagel. Not like there wasn't like a big pastry behind.
I must say
Yes. Our in-house, kind of local Reddit Lucio God is in the arena, and they're also kind of the most vocal member of the Blue Squad when it comes to just like making you laugh when they do something. Like when Bagel speaks up and they're in scrim, odds are if they're not calling a target, they're probably laughing at something, and it's just gonna make everyone else laugh.
Well, this is a little interesting. We're seeing a Symmetra being used not for a teleport, but to set up some defensive
Car
turrets
wash!
there. Yeah, it's going to be going for the car wash. Instead, we also see May being used by Psykid here. Is going to be trying to take Columbia Indy, and there goes the Symmetra teleport onto the second level there. They are able to touch the point and maybe get one tick, although now Maplewood is contesting with them as Ankh and Fishsticks. Fishsticks gets a double there onto Psykid and Firestar, and that is going to help Columbia Indy to continue to claim this point, get one tick and probably the whole point now.
I agree. That's definitely going to be the whole tick. I felt really bad for that Ana. Unfortunately, that was just some bad positioning rotations right there. You should not be directly on that point. I totally get that you're contesting at the last second, but you could have survived just a little bit longer. But Fishsticks is kind of quite literally on fire with how quickly they got those kills, and I'm 90% positive Riptire is going to be online during this fight and going to be used.
And also with good taste, using the road construction skin, which is actually my favorite for Junkrat. So a little bit of a shout out there. As Orange is eliminated by Basil Bop there, being taken out by that mine. Epcot is going to be getting rid of Nuke, as Basil Bop also gets rid of Silver there.
Oh, Junk is sitting at 26 health. That was probably very scary. They managed to grab the mini pack, taking them out to 101. That is a 75 health pack, so that's great. Still chilling out on this Riptire. It seems like they're trying to do kind of a soft reset while pulling the attention away so their Junkrat isn't caught out so much. You do see the side of Maplewood rotating and not acknowledging that both DPS are right over here. It seems like they're sending one member of their team to kind of go deal with it, but 1v3 is not a good idea.
They found that Junkrat as the hook goes out, isn't going to be able to find him. The attention is going to be split between Maplewood. We're going to have to see when that Riptire goes. They are aware of him, and there he gets taken out there.
Fishsticks, you just waited a little bit too long. Once your identity is discovered, you gotta move. Or you gotta make a play. As we do see the TP go up and then the Shatter come out, but I don't, oh, never mind. Anki was able to take out E-Rock on that one. The Blizzard and Whole Hog are both coming out, as well as the Valkyrie. We're gonna lose Lucky on point. Zarya is gonna be coming back in with Reinhardt. Moira's popping out the Coalescence. And the Shatter's gonna come out, taking down 2, but there's just not enough damage coming out from the cleaving of that hammer to kill anybody.
Oh, this might be the revenge here. Actually, no, it's not going to revenge. It's going to be Basilbop instead that is taking out that Lucio. Fishsticks also gets eliminated by Fizzy, as no tick is managed to get from this push from Columbia Indy. This Reinhardt is trying to keep it going with a Shatter there. It's going to take out 3. But he was really the only one on point there. The Zarya does come in with the
Ryan, grab a
reinforcement,
health
the
pack,
Graviton
please!
Surge there.
Ryan, health pack! Ah! That Reinhardt just went, in my opinion, like 5 moves total without even acknowledging how low their health was. Yes, you have healers, but there's health packs in existence for a reason, and you were literally 5 feet from one. Take a second and grab one to sustain and stabilize. It's worth it, okay?
Basilbop trying to stabilize Maplewood's chances here, but isn't going to be able to do it. The May does go into the cryo chamber there. It's going to heal up a little. There goes the photon barrier out from Lucky, as well as the beat from Epcot there, as Ankh is going to get a double, taking out Psykid and Firestar. Both teams have been fighting over this point for a long while, though. I would say at least over a minute. And 2 ticks have managed to be gotten by Columbia Indy, now going up to the 3rd tick, and that is going to be it.
3 minutes and 9 seconds left on the clock. That ain't half bad, and I'm gonna say that that went against Doc's keys of the game right there.
It did take long.
That was definitely like 3 fights rolled into one. There could have been a soft reset or a hard reset done at any point in time after it was just the tanks alive on point. I don't know how they managed to survive that long. I don't even know how they managed to get that 2nd tick and then carry that over when their Reinhardt finally got back and sustain on point. That was just a super long, drawn-out fight. Nicely done, Columbia. Maplewood, don't forget, you can give up a tick, even 2, to reconvene inside spawn, waiting for, 3, 4, 5, even all 6 of you to respawn so that you can rush out on point all together, even if it's going out both doors. You can still give up a tick and re-engage. That is something that is that's taken myself literally like 2.5 years to figure out and like get down to a point that I managed to catch my own coach off guard doing it yesterday. So I understand it's difficult to get to that point, but you've got to start practicing it now. Otherwise, you're never going to have the opportunity to do it.
If there is another match after this, or maybe during the Rocket League match, Doc's keys to the game might be in capital letters. just for that extra bit of getting a bit of passive-aggressive stress out.
Don't drag out fights for 3 minutes.
Don't drag out fights for 3 minutes. Well, this Bastion here is certainly not going to try to drag things out. It's just going to hold down left mouse button and try to mow all of Maplewood Richmond down as they go through there. Is managing to get some hits, is going to be able to take out Basilbop there, so Maplewood Richmond finding themselves that choke is going to be pretty hard to push through.
Yeah, and they don't have any form of hit scan. They've got a lot of burst damage in the form of that Junkrat as well as the Reaper, but Bastion can just sit really far back behind that shield and not have to care. So if you look at Columbia's comp, it might be high time to pick up maybe a Hanzo, a Pharmacy, just something with pierce damage and something to close the distance on this Bastion and either wall off or just, separate supports away so that you can, make a move here.
That is, with the Bastion and Junkrat bombs flying down through that choke, that is a no-walk zone right there.
Yes, but unfortunately for the Reinhardt, he overextended, and as we discussed last week, kind of these choke points create kill boxes. You go through that kill box on defense, you're going to die.
Oh!
As we see Fizzy manage to do a wraparound and pick up the Bastion. I did not see that coming. That also was kind of a bold move coming from that Rhine.
A bold move and one that works out as Ankh is taken out, allowing Maplewood Richmond to get their presence on the point there. Columbia Indy might just trying to be pushed, trying to stop them from getting that 3rd tick. It is not going to be quick enough. And Attack Detective B and A find themselves pushed way up now, having to retreat, but not before a couple of their members get picked off, though. Although with the 2nd point, I would think that they have enough time to respawn.
Okay, so they actually fixed the respawns here for 2CP. You get insta-spawn so long as you die within, I want to say, 3 seconds of the spawn, well, 5 seconds of that point being captured. So honestly, all of Columbia Indy should have just inted onto that point even post-capture and tried to charge up their ultimates and force out Columbia Indy's ults.
Oh, Columbia Indy's Lucio here is just dancing over Maplewood Richmond. A huge shatter is going to be coming out there, taking out the members of Maplewood there. That was a great play, allowing Columbia Indy to maintain control of this point and prevent Maplewood from pushing through.
We've got some great Reddit Lucio with lettuce. Reddit Lucio skills coming out from both of these Lucios. One of the biggest things that you have to remember as a Lucio is that you need to be a fly on the wall, so to speak. And if you're not wall riding, you're doing something wrong. Basically, you should never be crossing open space. You need to be constantly up on that wall because players will forget about you. Yeah, they'll see you, but they won't do anything. They're going to be focused on what's right in front of them rather than what's above their head.
One thing the players don't want to forget are all these ultimates that are going to be available for Columbia Indy. See the Roadhog there going down to lower level there. We hear Gravitic Flux coming out, and a Death Blossom is just going to be going right on, just solo ulting onto Ana, taking her out. Now we also hear Shatter sound like coming out, as well as a Riptire, as well as Lucio beat the Riptire, does manage to pick up two, and the Junkrat is found out. Uses the mine to try to get away for dear life, as Lucky gets rid of Vizzlebop. A boop is going to be going on to Firestar. Fizzy followed up by Fish Sticks. And Fish Sticks surviving that, managing to use his tire to pick up a double and surviving, but here it was, this poor Ana here.
Yeah, this is always a painful moment. Oh, Ana. Newt, my heart goes out to you as a fellow support player, okay? I definitely can relate to that experience. It's even worse when, like, a McCree decides to crouch walk for, like, solid 15 seconds to get behind you and you die to him, and then your whole team just goes, well, why didn't you hear Cree sneaking up on you? It's like, I couldn't, because he spent every ounce of his strength to not be heard. Thank you.
Maplewood has passed by that crucial point. They are now finding themselves with less time on the clock than Columbia Indy. Taking longer to get to the second point. They're going to be taking this route here off to the side there. A dynamite thrown down there by the Ash, who's just pushing a huge amount of damage there into the shield of Reinhardt. They still haven't managed to push through here, or still regrouping, trying to find a better route here. And then Shatter is going to come catch out that Reinhardt there. Maplewood Richmond has 4 ultimates available. Basilbop's turret is able to take out Fish Sticks there, and that just might be enough. Waiting for the moment where they can push through. Now they're going to push through here and use that Shatter onto the Reinhardt, and then swing into him to take him out. A boot also going on to Ankh. And we did see a Gravitic Flux coming out there, maybe just a little bit too late there from Lucky.
Yep, all right. I said I bet you $1 we'll see a tire come out, and there it is. But unfortunately, their whole hog's going to manage to take it out. Junkrat kind of going out past that kill box, as we've discussed, was not in his favor because Car Wash can burn you very quickly as we hear the Rocket Barrage come out, but it looks like Ankh is going to manage to take out that Pharah, leaving the Mercy without anyone to fly to up in the air, so it's going to make her a very squishy target. She needs to be careful, as we have Epoch now kind of going Reddit Lucio, trying to keep his team alive, trying to keep his Ana alive, amping heals over here, healing up with the health pack, thank you. Managing to boot the Reinhardt just a tiny bit, but right now Columbia Indy is maintaining their presence on this point very strongly.
Maddox's third key to the game ignored again, with a very long fight for point being dragged out there. Now Maplewood Richmond regrouping somewhat, but they find themselves split up. Now they're able to regroup. I'm going to try to maybe push through this center route here.
I think a Valk's going to come out in about 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, the Gravitic Flux did come out.
And there's the Valk.
And there goes the Valk as the Gravitic Flux is used, but E-Rock is going to find himself taken out, followed by Basilbop. Psychic answers that back by taking out Orange, and the Res is going to be going on to E-Rock, as well as a Nano Boost, and Lucio be trying to give them that extra survivability on the point, as Fistrix takes out E-Rock. Psykid able to eliminate Newt before he gets taken out by Ankh. And now Firestar finding himself focused down here, trying to get away with that Valkyrie, as all of them, they dare take him out there. And now the Lucio's isn't going to be able to dance around on the point there, stopping the push from Maplewood Richmond with only 18 seconds left. Now they just got to try to hit the point any way they can.
I feel like the only person that might be able to make it, Lucio spawned pretty late here, is Symmetra and Reinhardt. Yeah, so they've got the Reinhardt who gets shattered at mid, but Sims managed to get the TP down on point and manages to touch. They are down their... Sorry, they're down their Pharah, but after that, the Reaper, Death Blossom's got to come out, but the Mercy Res is going to res bees, so they've almost got a Photon Barrier to sustain on point if Symmetra can keep alive. Sid's still coming back, Lucio's alive, Lucio gets taken out, Sim's still alive on point right now. 95 to that Photon Barrier. They just have to manage to stay alive a little longer. It's not enough, but Pharah's going to get in there and manage to get the touch off. It's a little high off the ground, has to be careful, and that's the end of that push for Maplewood.
And the win for Columbia Indy after some very long and drawn-out fights on point there. It's going to be a nice victory in that round picked up for them as we move on into round 3, I believe.
Excuse me.
Bless you. And that is going to be moving on into what I believe is going to be hybrid, if I'm not mistaken.
Woo! So we get Kings Row, Eichenwald, Numbani, and Blizzard World.
Well, no matter what map we get, Esports Tower will bring is proud to support Boise State Esports to bring it to you. Score pro esport advice at esportstower.com. Improve your game sense, improve your team play, and improve your performance under pressure. You'll get matched with great players and professional coaches to help you rank up. Unlock your true talent at esportstower.com. Okay, ready to head into round 3, which, like you said, we have the options of Kings Row. We've got Eichenwald available. We've also got Numbani available, which we haven't seen in a little bit in terms of these high school matches.
And Blizzard World, which is my personal favorite. Yes, I love Kings Row, but from an aesthetic point of view, non-using like the holiday maps, because Kings Row Christmas is definitely like my favorite, and Eichenwald Halloween is my other favorite. Using standard maps, Blizzard World's definitely my favorite from my perspective, just because of all the, like, if it were to exist in the real world, I would be there every day.
Well, it's going to be Eichenwald, which is
so many targets, so little time.
And a nice view of the countryside and far off city there. We take a look into the loadouts, and Maplewood Richmond is going to be bringing out the Echo.
Ooh, Maplewood is actually going with the Echo Pharah comp. That is Angry Birds, and for the side of Columbia, they don't have anyone to deal with that. Oh, that's going to be a bit of a struggle.
Good luck taking that out with a Junkrat there.
Yeah, a Junkrat or a Zarya. Moira, I wish you luck.
Well,
oh my goodness, and this Pharah is the Lucio that we saw previously. Ankh has chosen to go with the Pharah here with Newt on the Mercy, and Silver Ink swapping over in favor of the Moira, so that's very interesting.
Well, the air raid Siren Stardust Barrage already gets charged up and takes out 3. My goodness, I would want to be getting on to maybe a DPS swap pretty soon here, because that far is going to be a problem.
I don't think anyone saw that happening. This is something that I refer to as, since it was kind of a strategy that Doc created with their league team, as a boomerang play, which is a player who plays one hero role and then swaps over to another role that they're very proficient in. In Ankh's case, it's obviously DPS, and there's probably someone else who can play Pharah here too on their team, but they play so drastically differently that when you throw in a different player to play these compositions, even though the hero comps are the same, the play style can create such a huge difference, it'll throw off the enemy team too much to deal with it.
Well, Ankh proving to be the better Pharah in the air, taking out Psykit, and is still managing to just rain so much damage onto Columbia Indy, who doesn't find themselves prepared. We do see a hook going onto the Reinhardt, but it's going to be another pick coming out from the Pharah Mercy onto Epcot. And I have to wonder if we are going to see a swap here. I mean, we do need to see it with as much of a problem as Ankh is being with that barrage going on to Firestar, now E-Rock. We do see a copy coming out, but that's way after all the other members of Maplewood have been taken out. And that copy is going to be stopped there by that Junkrat mine. And this is just going to be a further stanger now. Basilbop just managed to take out Fish Sticks there.
Okay, so for the side of Maplewood Richmond right now, I totally understand the utility of Roadhog because of the way that they want to have this comp set up so that Roadhog can take the off angles and kind of self-sustain. That's great. He can be a huge bully, but you need a diva here. You need someone to help support Skid right now to keep them alive so they can put pressure on this pharmacy because of how much work the pharmacy is doing. You need to acknowledge when you aren't getting enough value on a hero, and now is the time as we see the Shatter and the Nano Boost come out, followed up by the Junk Tire. We have a Widowmaker out now instead of that Echo coming out from Maplewood, and we see the Moira Coalescence coming out, followed up by a Shatter from the side of Maplewood, stalling that out. Pharah's going to be antied in the air and taken out as well. That was a beautiful re-engage right there from Richmond. I'm really happy they swapped over to that Widow. That might just be enough damage to not need the Diva, because you will have 2 DPS now that can play off angles with one another, and that should be enough to take out Ankh, because Junk won't be able to do too much to a Widowmaker that's in good positioning.
Yeah, now having the resources that they need to fight against Ankh, who's just having too much of a field day previously.
On both Lucio and Pharah, let's be real.
Yeah. and Pharah, if I'm not mistaken, did get the boost, the buff to the jet recovery.
Yes. However, I'm looking right now, and I'm very concerned as to what just happened with this rotation coming out from Columbia, just for the fact that they had their tanks kind of really split. It might have been intentionally to pull like the focus away from this Pharah, and if that was the point, well done, you did it perfectly. But I seriously thought your tanks were in the line of fire there and were not going to survive. But good on you. Well done.
Maplewood Richmond finding themselves with a pick onto Psykit. Going to find themselves not at full strength as the checkpoint is hit by Columbia Indy. Ankh still doing a huge amount of damage, finding himself on fire. We also see Tactical Visor is going to be available here, as well as Whole Hog is going off kind of all by himself there. To the right there, the Tactical Visor does take out Newt as well as Ankh taken out by the Widowmaker. So now Maplewood Richmond might be able to find their footing here, as last time they were able to take out those two, they were able to hold the point.
I feel like for the side of Maplewood Richmond, this fight may turn in their favor. Never mind, as their Reinhardt goes down, Skid is able to take out the Orange as well, so that's kind of going to even out that fight. A soft reset here would be more viable, but they're going to continue this push right now for the side of Columbia Indy. Busy for the side of Maplewood Richmond, though. I seriously suggest you swap to Azaria right now, my friend.
Speaking of Zarya, there goes the Graviton Surge, as well as the Riptire, used in conjunction with the Barrage to get a triple there. Actually going to be a quadruple there, counting what Firestar puts in there. And a last-minute Shatter there is going to be used. Probably a celebratory Shatter.
Yeah. I'm going to agree with that one, or it might have been in the spawn. I'm not positive.
Well, we are watching the third round in this matchup between Columbia Indy and Maplewood Richmond in the Missouri High School Esports Association. Columbia Indy finding themselves in a good position here with 3 minutes 1 second left on the clock, should this go into overtime.
All right. I will throw out there, as much as that time makes me very happy, it's a lot of time. That previous map that we saw come out from Columbia Indy, it seems like that's their standard.
And now we see Columbia Indy is going to be using the Far Mercy again, whereas Maplewood Richmond isn't really going to have the long range to answer that. They've got the Genji.
Okay, so once again, Maplewood Richmond is pulling out one of these support compositions that's double flex support. They're going in favor of the Zenyatta Lucio. That is a comp that is very hard to pull off. Everyone needs to be on the same target. It's very glass cannon. Tracer's gonna Tracer and that Genji are gonna be trading off, having that Harmony Orb all the time, while that Lucio's gonna be chronically swapping off and on speed and heal. But staying alive, keeping rotations, using natural cover to avoid a lot of poke for the side of Richwood, for Maplewood, is going to be their key to win here. Thank goodness. Okay, they swapped off the Lucio in favor of the Ana. That'll help out a little bit. It still is going to be very hard for them to do this push, though.
Far Mercy raining down a huge amount of damage onto Epcot. There goes down to very low health, as well as Basilbop. Busy is actually just going to go off the side of the map as Fish Sticks finishes off Basil. So it might have to be a soft reset here, but Firestar
Ankh
gets
is
staggered off
kinda
as well as the
getting
out of
bold.
lightning. Uh-oh, here we go. There.
Ankh is very brave. That was bold to stay on that side of the choke point away from your other support for that long.
I just get the feeling that if it's on a Lucio or Pharah, that these are very most likely comfort picks for Ankh.
Yeah, it's kind of, your main is showing Ankh.
And now Basilbov also gets eliminated. As soon as you say it, he's like, yes, it is. Another elimination there. I'm going to take out another one.
It's always nice to see one of those players. It's like, yeah, I spent my entire summer grinding one hero or one style of hero, so I did all tanks, and then my coach was like, hey, can you play DPS now? I have a hunch that that's maybe what happened for Ankh. They spent the summer grinding DPS and were asked to go back to support.
Well, it's going to be a whole lot of DPS coming through here as Ankh goes into the back to use the barrage and is going to take out 2 from Maplewood Richmond, who has
bold.
managed to hit the point. He's just dancing over. This is showboating here, I have
Just
to
a tiny bit, standing on top of their slept
picking up
teammate,
the
literally.
transfer. That's amazing. I was going to go on to the point to put some pressure onto Fizzy here, who's just going to, you know what, I'm just going to spin to win here.
It works. I don't know how Wrecking Ball Spin to Win manages to survive like half the time that it does. It's probably just because of how much speed you can pick up. Honestly, the way to stop that is just kind of poop them, and Farah is very good at that, so long as Farah is good at, you know, hitting those rocket shots at least half the time. So good on you, Farah, for managing to stop that Wrecking Ball, but thankfully that, but also, nice try to spin to win there, Wrecking Ball. It was beautifully done.
Here's that bold play again. Just
Right behind the monkey, too. Like, had he just dropped his bubble right there, the burst damage from those rockets would have killed Farah.
Well, as much as we've been admiring Ankh here, we haven't managed to call out that there has managed to get 1 tick on the point, so that's some progress being made there, but they are so staggered out right now, and there goes the nano boost there is going to be used on the Reinhardt, I think, as well as another shatter is just going to take out even more members there. And Epcot goes down, and it
This
doesn't
Farah
seem...
and Mercy are so deep into the other side of the map right now. They are spawn camping.
There goes the... Oh! This is just, it's all breaking down right now for Maplewood Richmond. They just got to go for like a hard reset here because they have been staggered out for, seems like the past minute, just coming in one after the other.
Staggering is definitely the death of a winnable opportunity, I feel like.
Okay, you know what else can be the
here we
death of a
go.
winnable opportunity?
And
One of these bold barrages.
Okay, so we've got a Torbjorn. Guess what? Torb is directly countered by Farah. That was not the pick to go into this for the last fight, in my opinion there, my friend. I totally understand you could be a Torb 1 trick, you could be a Goblin 2.0, but it's not the pick going into a Farah.
When we talk about swapping off to counter, we don't mean you being countered in the swap off. Well, Columbia Indy has just been dancing in glee here, and a Riptire is going to come out. This to prevent anyone from touching the point, but it's just going to turn into a celebratory Riptire. And a win there for Columbia Indy in what has been probably the most showboating in what has probably been some of the biggest showboating I have seen in a while. So someone has definitely...
we're looking at you!
We're looking at you, and if we see you in the season or the playoffs, we'll just see how comfortable you are on that. It's a statement that goes out to all the other teams. Find a way to counter that Farah Mercy there.
It's easy to do. It's just, you're going to feel a little useless. I'm not going to lie. When you play kind of with the intent of disruption, which is kind of all you really can do into a Pocket Mercy, everyone kind of just plays a little bit disruption on there, pokes at them a little bit till they start dying, so to speak. It takes a while. It makes you feel a little useless. But when you're doing that, you got to keep in mind, you're disrupting that pharmacy, so they can, that Farah and that Mercy, 1/3 of that entire team cannot get any sort of value. They're taking damage. They're forced out of the fight. It'll make you feel like your life is useless if you're a diva who's just literally throwing your mech up on a high ground and jumping back down just to, you know, boop the Farah a little bit. But that is enough to make their life, you know, living heck.
Well, advice to take into maybe a future match, but for this match, Far Mercy sure worked out. And that is going to be it for the second match. We are going to be taking a short break, so stay tuned for more esports action coming up after this.
It's a calling that's kept us free. It's a place to belong. What's the calling? It's doing a job that makes a difference. Serving your community and your country. It's part-time service where the impact is full-time. What's your calling? Air Force Reserve.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your Guard adventure.
Legendary parts for legendary wins.
Welcome back to tonight's third matchup. We are doing Wellington Napoleon versus the Rockbridge Bruins. This is the third new team that we have seen from the Missouri High School Esports Association. I'm still your host, Jacob Jem Palmer, joined by Artie Nerdy Rain, and this is going to be interesting. Nap is certainly a team that we have seen well established. We've seen them multiple times, but Rockbridge, one of those other teams that we haven't seen much of, if we've seen them at all. And if anything,
I have words of advice to Rockbridge right now.
Okay, why don't we? I'll just hand it off to you. What's your
Don't get
advice?
MTD'd, please, because the Wellnaps tank line, I don't know, they have some serious synergy going on. They always have. So don't get MTD'd. That's all I have to say, because it's still currently, even despite the buffs that I saw come out I was hoping would shift the meta a little bit more in favor of, you go down one tank, your DPS can still pick up the slack, so to speak. It's not shining through just yet. So yeah, don't get MTD'd, please.
Well, let's take a look at both of these teams, what they are playing for. They are part of 14 schools playing in an 8-week season. All teams are going to be seeded in the playoffs, and it's going to be 4 weeks of playoffs right around the corner starting in April. And that is going to be very fun as Wellnap. I have to wonder where they are in the standings right now, because they are one of kind of the better-known teams.
Well, we've seen them a bunch of times. However, I can't discredit the fact that this is our third team today that we've not seen before. If anything, like just based off past experiences with new teams coming in from Overwatch and Rocket League in the past couple of weeks, I'm not going to discount anything coming out from Rockbridge right now. Like, fresh, clean slate. I've got no info on you, but I have faith. Like, all of these teams that are brand new have somehow been able to show that, like, yeah, we might be newbies for you guys, but we're not newbies here.
And Doc's keys to the game in Overwatch is never take a fair fight, which means to take fights in unexpected places when they are unprepared, and don't take so gosh darn long. Unfortunately, that wasn't heated that much in the past match, but maybe in this match. Doc's keys to the game brought to you by Count. Identity Trust Global Network, delivering real-time fraud protection, account protection, and enabling personalized customer experiences for more than 9,000 leading brands and payment providers. Quick and accurate identity trust decisions deliver safe payment, account creation, and login events while reducing digital fraud, chargebacks, false positives, and manual reviews. Count.com.
All right, I'm going to sum up those last three those three keys to the games here really quickly. That means take the fight while they're in rotation. That's those first 2 bullet points. And that last one, have pre-fight target focus. Make sure you all go on that target and be ready to swap to the next target as soon as that one goes down.
Well, a new pick from a new team from Rockbridge. We are going to be seeing the Doomfist brought out. It's the first time we've seen him today. See how much mileage. Both teams are going to be going onto the Ryan Zarya pick, starting out on Busan on mech base as the Mei wall goes up, trying to split up Wellnap. They aren't going to be split up too bad there. Big AB is going to be eliminated by Domo, putting Wellnap at a slight disadvantage as the Immortality field goes up. Lil Lucio taken out by Nebula. Domo answers that out by taking out Melk there, as Ice and Swaggy are both hit by an anti-nade from the Ana on Wellnap's side. A swap onto the McCree from Big AV is going to be taking place there. And now Rockbridge are going to be the first ones on point, managing to take it.
We have Short Stack right now chilling out with a Shatter. If he can manage to get this Reinhardt off guard, they'll be able to get a clean Shatter. The barrier's gone down. Pulse Bomb comes out. The Immortality's up to protect everybody. The Shatter comes out. It's going to pick up one, but however, they're going to die too quick. The Immor's not going to be able to save anybody. Reinhardt goes low. The Space Jam comes out from Doomfist. It's not going to pick up anyone. Reinhardt's trying to stay alive, but isn't going to keep himself up long enough, as Rockbridge is still able to sustain this point. We're hitting that 30 percentile mark, which means we're going to have roughly 3 fights left if Rockbridge manages to maintain control at this point.
Wellington Napoleon still hasn't managed to build up an ultimate. The closest we do see is Rockbridge is going to be coming online for them for this next fight, as Lucio Beat is now available for them. And you see Lil Lucio trying to go in there into the choke, is going to be hit with the anti-nade, trying to focus down the Reaper there. Takes a bit of damage himself, is going to have to duck back. There goes the Graviton Surge as Turtle manages to take out the Zarya, who threw it out. Nebula going to be eliminated. Sticky Bomb also thrown out by Domo there. Meteor Strike is coming out onto Wellnap here, and the shield from the Reinhardt goes up right in time for it. Big AV and Short Stack are taking out Ice and Lil Lucio. managing to take the point for themselves.
Okay, so for Wellnap right now, they're going to be playing for that most likely Graviton Surge Death Blossom combo, but what they got to keep in mind is that Ice for the side of Rockbridge does have that sound barrier, so the way that they can counter that a little bit easier is actually letting them come out of that Death Box area a little bit more, so the whole team's out. And then Grab followed it up with an anti-nade from the Ana, so the Lucio sound barrier doesn't do much.
Here comes another Graviton Surge, but a Lucio beat is going to be used as a counter to an Amplification Matrix going down, as well as a Shatter. Does manage to pick up some as Big AV is eliminated, but Short Stack doing great work on that. Reinhardt taking out both tanks for Rockbridge. Now they're going to be able to take the Wellington Napoleon, still has control of the point. Moving past 40% charge. Reaper is going to try to go up here, maybe for it. Nope, comes back down.
You do you, Milkman. You do you.
We also see a Deadeye is now available for Big AV.
Oh, hang on, is Fish here? No, okay, no fishes here, Big AV. You've got a shot.
And there goes another Shatter. Lil Lucio is going to be eliminated by Big AV. Short Stack also taking out Ice as Milk manages to take out Sway. He's so trouble pushing through that choke point there for Rockbridge, taking a little bit of a look back here just to make sure no one's sneakily gotten onto the point.
For the side of Rockbridge, though, we've got Cam 73 to that ultimate with Domo 90 to that Pulse Bomb. Graviton Surge Pulse Bomb is a huge combo that can happen. Turtle's going to have to use that Immor to try and keep the team alive. However, if they focus it too much, no one's going to survive.
Oh, and that High Noon manages to get past that Rhine Shield, taking out Azure there. So Rockbridge hit, a lot of them hit by the anti-nade. There goes a Shatter through the choke point, and Rockbridge, their Zarya is going to be taken out. One of them tries to go through to look like one of them sneaking onto the point, manages to get onto the point, and Tracer still trying to keep the overtime clock going, and they have managed to do it now as Wellnap is at 99%. Amplification Matrix is going to be used. Sound Barrier unable to be used. Here comes the Amplification Matrix out from the Baptiste. Baptiste is going to be taken out as Nebula is also taken out by the Zarya, and the charge right into Short Stack, but the bubble is going to be placed on him to try to keep him alive. And here comes another Shatter onto two members, but I don't know if the bubble's going to be enough. There comes the Death Blossom in retaliation there.
The Baptiste on that high ground is very low. If Wellnap can just get a little bit of attention on him while they're trying to stagger onto this point, it could be enough to stop this sustain that's occurring. He's not taking any damage right now, so he's not being forced out, nor is he having to take his eyes off of his teammates to keep them alive. So for the side of Wellnap, that is just giving him too much utility.
This is a drag-out fight with ultimates probably being used as soon as they are available.
Oh, back
but before,
jump too high.
Oh, but as soon, yeah.
Gotta remember that collision box for the point is very picky.
An unfortunate little C9 there.
Ready for battle.
It happens to everybody, okay?
Yeah. Happens to the best of us. But here we can see just another example of how long this fight was dragged out, and Short Stack was in danger of being taken out there, but a friendly Zarya bubble, he's just going to walk out into the... I just love the way that he just kind of ducked into that hallway there.
What actually happened there that we didn't fully see was that amplification matrix from the Baptiste actually was kind of in the middle between the supports and the tanks during that Graviton Surge. So the amplification put on the Ana bullets and the Bap healing right there was enough to sustain the tanks, not enough to sustain the supports because unfortunately they weren't able to shoot each other through the matrix, but that's actually a huge play to allow your tanks to keep themselves alive on point just a tiny bit longer.
Now Rockbridge is going to be right on the point here, meeting Wellnap right in the middle. Domo takes a little bit of damage. Short Stack down to about half health there. As both teams start charging up their ultimates. Anti-Nade is going to be going on to two members of Rockbridge. Domo dumps back. Ice now down low on health, very close to be taken out. Lil Lucio is going to be the first one eliminated by Big AV. Wellington Napoleon finding themselves with a one-person advantage now on the point. And Nebula, but Milk is going to be evening that out, taken out by Kamas. And the Shatter used as soon as it comes online. Ice taking a lot of damage, is going to be eliminated by Short Stack. Amplification Matrix now available to Azure. Nano Boost coming online for Nebula. Immortality Field going to be thrown down. Wellington Napoleon the first ones to take the point.
Unfortunately, that Immor was just thrown out into too much open space. If they got it slightly behind one of those pillars, it would have sustained just a little bit longer. You got to keep that in mind that, yes, it's a great utility, but it does not have a lot of health and just two people poking at it. For
half a second even can take it down. So just positioning it in a place where it's just slightly harder to hit is actually kind of big brain for Baptistes.
Domo is going to be a swap onto McCree there from Domo's big AV. You can see on the Tracer, has the sticky bomb available, is looking actually to flank here, just get a quick pick onto the Baptiste. Or actually just focusing down the Ashe there. Yeah, the sticky bomb is going to be going onto the Baptiste. Little Lucio now finished off also by that flank from big AV. You got to be proud of that, being able to get a 2-pick flank there. And now another onto Swaggy as big AV does great job on this Tracer, preventing Rockbridge from getting to the point.
But Domo does manage to take them out, doing exactly what McCree's meant to do, and that's just get the Tracer off our backline, please. So nicely done there, Domo. That's going to give them an opportunity to reconvene soft reset here at the midpoint, at the choke point, maintain that space so that the side of Wellnap doesn't push them and corral them back towards their own spawn. And they can actually start corralling the side of Wellnap into that point and hopefully, you know, get a Death Blossom and Shatter off.
Charge goes past 70% as we also see everything being used by Rockbridge. They are all just going to press Q at the same time, and the eliminations start rolling in. 3 of them picked up now as both tanks are down for Wellnap. The Nebula does get taken out there, so they take the point, but it took everything.
15% for the side of Willingham Napoleon is equal to 15% is 15 seconds on point with control without anyone from the side of Rockbridge on the point. So that is way less than a fight and 5 seconds more than it takes to respawn. So unfortunately, if Rockbridge is taken out completely from this nano boost plus the graviton surge and the pulse bomb, they will not have the opportunity to recontest this point.
Shortsec comes in here with a Flame Strike, going to be leading the charge, gets
There's
the
the
nano
grab.
boost placed on them. And there goes the Graviton Surge. Immortality Field also thrown down. Amplification Matrix now used by Azure and Turtle Mines respectively.
Oh, they got
Damage is
pushed
going to be
off.
up extremely on this point. Milkman taken out by Camus. And then we hear another Shatter being used by Shortstack onto Rockbridge. A Sleep Dart is going to be going right onto Sway. He finds himself sleeping in the middle of the mess, but the teammates are going to be doing a good job taking out Nebula and Shortstack while he takes a little nap. Pick Dini also eliminated by Camus, and allowing Rockbridge to keep control of the point.
Unfortunately for the side of Wellnap, Nebula, I'm specifically going to be referencing you in this one. You're on a play. Yes, you get sleep, great nades, great sleeps, but your positioning is a little bit too aggressive. You should not be on that point right behind your Reinhardt.
And I see their Tracer here. Wellnap's Tracer trying to get a pick onto this backline here. He's going to have to recall. Not quite successful as they were with that sticky bomb. All of them are going to be following them around the side route as Bob is used here. Chromo also having the Deadeye, not choosing to use it. Nez Immortality Field is thrown down by Wellnap, taken out by Azure. Nebula now having the nano boost available. Ice does also have the beat, a little bit of extra survivability, but no ultimates are going to be used quite yet by Wellnap, except this nano boost, which is going to come out, and Domo is picked off by Milkman here. But Rockbridge still is going to push through, trying to get to the point. Ice eliminated by that Flame Strike. Cam is going to find themselves pinned by that charge. And it's going to be enough, though, for Wellnap to take the point.
That Baptiste was still alive, but unfortunately he was getting chased off that point. So it looks like Busan, map 1 of 3, is going to go in favor of Wellnap.
I think it was map 2 of 3, actually, because Wellnap managed to get mech base, and that means that they are going to get the first win here in this match.
Oh, I meant like that the full map, like
oh,
Busan,
the full map.
And then
Okay,
going into our 2CP.
I gotcha. And Esports Tower is a way that you can improve your skill by matching yourself up with top coaches. It's one of the sponsors of Boise State Esports, unlocking your true talent at esportstower.com. And now we move on to the third round overall in this match. That is going to be hybrid, as we have had before, and overall, we've seen, no, actually the second match, I am getting ahead of myself. I just wanted to skip over 2CP entirely, as most of us do, but we have to do 2CP.
Yeah, we have to. There's no skipping it for some reason.
Yeah. One more season, then we're then we should be done.
I'm excited for, 2CP to be gone and we get that new, push game mode. That's going to be very interesting. It's very reminiscent of kind of like the Heroes of the Storm gameplay that we see sometimes with some of their types of maps that they do. So I'm excited for that. Very excited to see 2CP go out the window. Kind of sad that those maps are going to kind of be gone, but we'll see how they're reincorporated. I'm sure that they'll probably adapt these 2CP maps so they're not just, gone with the wind and assets that they created to never be seen again for Overwatch 1 and Overwatch 2.
Yeah, those were the redeeming qualities, I think you said earlier, for some of the 2CP maps was the detail in them.
Yeah, they're pretty. Like, as someone who makes 3D assets, there's a lot of work and heart that goes into those. So I'd feel really bad for those asset designers to be like, oh, okay, my map's gone. Okay.
Well, I'm sure that they will find a good way. I mean, some of them are used, they use part of them for, for the arcade mode, so they could find a way to just slip them in there, just turn
bring
them into
back 2CP Classic arcade mode.
2CP Classic arcade mode, no limits on heroes. Well, we're going to be going, we're not going into, so you know what? I was right the first time. We are going into hybrid.
Yep, and it is Kings Row.
Very familiar sight for a lot of these matches. Wellington Napoleon is going to be taking the first on the defense. Wellnap did win the first match in Busan, so they find themselves with the slight edge here.
And we've got the Nano Blade win condition for Wellnap on second fight, possibly a Junk Tire Graviton Surge for a third fight win for Sustain on point. And Short Stack, of course, is going to get the Shatter by the end of the first fight and possibly just use it to clean up.
Rockbridge is going to find Odin hit by a sleep dart, but is now going to recover as they take Hotel Route off to the left here. Is going to be going now, trying to focus down Wellnap from behind here as their Reinhardt holds up his shield. Immortality Field thrown down as Milkman Mason gets the first pick onto Odin. Short Stack now taken out. Both Reinhardts down for both teams. Immortality Field was thrown down there by Wellnap. And now point was being touched a little bit by Domo. Now they get onto the point trying to find their first tick here. And Application Matrix thrown down by Azur there. Big AV and Picdini taken out there. That little boost there, enough for Rockbridge to take the first point.
With the way that these deaths played out, I do believe everyone on Wellnap should get good spawns. The opportunity to re-engage together at Archway is in the cards, but they need to be careful that Short Stack does not get caught out. He's already almost at half health right now and pretty far ahead of his Zarya and the rest of his team. And as I say, that Short Stack is caught out by that McCree. When you are at that point, you need to make sure that you're backing and staying in spawn and communicating with your team, that you're able to regroup, because losing your main tank or losing a Lucio, or even in general, losing one player right here, they loses your opportunity to make this a 3-fight
look out for this Junkrat being focused down by, but is going to find themselves trapped in the Junkrat trap. Okay, he's gonna try again there. Just readjust strategy. Turtle Man is going to be eliminating Odin as we hear the Genji Blade come out with the Nano Boost as well. Instead, the win condition is going to be found by a double used by that Nano Blade there. Lil Lucio managing to pick up one pick in spite of that, taking out Milkman, it looked like.
Beautifully done retake there from Wellnap. Unfortunately, yeah, they did have to expel Nanoblade in order to win the fight because their main tank was down. That's totally acceptable. It is one of the win cons that we discussed. For the side of Rockbridge, though, they have High Noon, Death Blossom, Shatter, Graviton Surge. Like, they have all 6 ults coming online right now. Graviton Surge, Death Blossom, Shatter, High Noon.
I mean, the point was taken. The point was taken before by everyone just pressing Q.
Yeah.
So we do see the Death Blossom come out, and Lil Lucio now using the Dead Eye, as well as the Junk Tire coming out from Milkman in retaliation, is only going to be able to take out the Immortality Field. Application Matrix was also thrown out by Turtleman, it looked like. Kamas99 taking out Pigdini. Rockbridge does manage to take back the point by using their 2 DPS ults. They're getting really close to checkpoint 1.
They did not pop the Zarya ult, that Rhine ult, the Lucio ult, that map ult. They're going to have no issues getting this check mark and then rounding that corner if they use these ults at the right time, because Wellnap doesn't really have a lot to answer to that. They have their tank ults, but there won't be follow-up damage until Big Gav manages to get that Genji Blade up.
Now they start rounding the corner, and a huge shatter is going to be going on to Rockbridge, and Big AV does follow that up by taking out Ice. Short Stack now coming in. There goes the Graviton Surge as well. But a huge answer back from Domo and Kamas taking out Short Stack and Big AV, who almost had the Genji Blade available. But it is going to be enough to manage to hold them for one more engage.
Honestly, at this point for Kings Row, you don't need to get the full team kill when you're on defense in order to force another fight to happen. Taking out 1 or 2 is enough to force that reset because it's just not viable to push with a 4-man right here. So that was a great job on the side of Walnut to slow down the push coming from Rockbridge.
And Mortality Field being used. I do hear the Nano Blade being used as well, and I think I heard a Rip Tire being used as well, or maybe I was just a little bit too eager for that. But anyway, we do see the Nano Blade coming through with a double on there for Wellington Napoleon. Short Stack following that up with the environmental onto Lil Lucio. That's going to be another hold for them.
For the side of Rockbridge right now, because the win con from Wellnap is that Genji Blade Nano happening, Ice is going to be stuck between a rock and a hard place and trying to decide to use Sound Barrier to protect against that, or the Graviton Surge. Or if Cam, to help mitigate that, should use their ultimate solely to grab the Genji.
Oh, Domo is going to be trying. He has a sneaky Death Blossom in mind, but it's after going to go back to the team. Amplification Matrix Stick gets pushed down. Now here comes the Shatter onto Rockbridge.
Beautiful Ana!
Who still hasn't used all their ultimates. Despite having 5 ultimates, Wellnap is still managing to hold them as they use their ultimates just as they come online. So do you think Rockbridge might be just trying to set up a position where they just all 6 of them press Q at the same time?
If that is their win con, I hate to say it, I don't think they're going to win this map. We are hitting the point where we're almost to the 2-minute mark on time, and that means you're going to get about 2 to 2.5 fights. That's not enough time for them to get this fight, push it, and then have the re-engage coming out with Wellnap, who's then going to have their ultimates up after all of the Rockbridge's ults are expelled.
Well, there comes that Death Blossom onto the backline they were looking for. Taking out both supports is going to be allowed.
I know it took out the supports, but that's not enough. Unless they get everyone on payload right now, they're not going to get this objective, and they're coming, and the side of Wellnap is coming in almost with Shatter, almost with Grab. They have Tire, and they almost have their win con of Nano Blade as well.
Well, they are going to stop the Ana from coming back out again.
Nice!
They're just going to get it!
Right. Nicely done!
Okay, 2 minutes, 5 seconds left on the clock for them.
They didn't hit every Q that time.
No, they didn't.
They hit 3, and then they hit 3.
Well, it worked out for them.
But it wasn't all 6. It was a 3 and a 3, so it's different.
But it adds up to 6. So.
Yeah, it was like kind of half fight here and a half fight there.
Well, this has been analysis of kindergarten math from Gem and Nerdy here. 3 plus 3 does in fact equal 6.
I passed algebra.
Now Wellington Napoleon are going to be the ones to push here on attack. They were the ones who got the first win here, so Rockbridge manages to, if this goes to overtime and using that 2 minutes, 5 seconds, Rockbridge pulls out the victory. That means we will be all tied up in the match.
So one interesting thing here, and I'm not saying that Wellnap is going to manage to do this, because if they do, that's like kind of insane. If Wellnap manages to finish with over 4 minutes on the clock, the game's actually going to have the time for both of these teams, and so it's going to give Rockbridge 1 minute to push and Wellnap 2 minutes. So I genuinely hope that Wellnap gets closer to 2 minutes, so the side of Rockbridge doesn't have to deal with their time to push being decreased more than it already was.
I just noticed that pun on the movie poster, Some Like It Bot. So I just, it's just one of those.
All right, one of the assets
puns.
designers is a dad.
Yeah. So that's what we found out. But like you said, a lot of heart does go into these maps here. As we go through to the first engagement here, Wellnap is going to be using the hotel route, and one of them is going to be picked out by Little Lucio, making it a lot harder for them to sustain, and Short Stack is going to next be the next target of Little Lucio. He's just going to tear through the whole team, it looks like, picking up Picdini, Milkman Mason, and Big AV as Azura finishes that off by taking out Turtleman.
Domo just had a grand old time, not really even getting any pressure on them, picking where they wanted to sit in the middle of the point and just shoot.
And that's going to trigger a swap over to the May from Big AV.
So we might see a wall come out to help the rotation. Nope, so they're going with the wall and maul pseudo strat right now. They'll have the ability to lose the Matrix comes out, the import comes out. We do see Echo. Milkman's gonna get taken out. Reaper's gonna manage to take out Nebula. The Shatter's gonna get prevented by the concussion coming out from Domo. And he's going to manage to take out the Reinhardt, and then the Lucio and Pigeon on Zarya are going to be taken out as well.
Now another reset and another swap as Milkman Mason swaps over to McCree.
That's actually a very smart move. They're probably in their brain tracking happening right now for the side of Wellnap, deciding that Lucio's probably very close to that Reaper Death Blossom. And in order to respond to that, just having the flashbang ready to knock him out is the best thing you can do. Just make sure you hang on to it.
Death Blossom does come online right about... Oh, there goes the Graviton Surge, and now the combo used with the Deadeye isn't going to pick up anyone. The main wall did go up and some defense there, and now the Coalescence is also being used. Wellington Napoleon has managed to push to the point here, and Domo is going to eliminate Milkman Mason as Lucio Beat is also used for Wellnap as well as a Shatter. Short Stack now has their Shatter online. It's going to pick up a lot of members of Rockbridge, and they're going to use that to take out Azur and Domo. And Death Blossom used in retaliation, picking up Turtle Man, Nebula, and Short Stack are also going to be eliminated, as well as Big AV. So that huge push is only going to amount to one tick.
I know it amounted to one tick, however, it got the Zarya Graviton Surge for Wellnap charged completely, as well as Big Gav's Blizzard, and Lucio expelled Sound Barrier in order to hold that point. So they've got 2 CC ultimates with no response for the side of Rockbridge. I do believe this next fight might be the 2 ticks for the side of Wellnap. As we see the Amplification Matrix go out, the Maywall's going to block it. Reinhardt's going pretty low, so Nebula is going to be taken out, as is Short Stack, forcing the rest of Wellnap to retreat. I don't know if Pigeon's going to make it out as they get concussed by the McCree. Zarya is out for blood as well, pushing really far forward. The Maywall's going to come out, though, allowing them to kite. We are at the last fight territory right now. There's Ice is already almost back to that Lucio sound barrier, so now Wellnap's going to just have to throw everything they possibly can at that grab if they're going to take everybody out.
Now Rockbridge having both tank ultimates just come online. High Noon used by Domo, probably as a zoning ultimate at this point. Little Lucio does get the elimination onto Nebula, and here comes the beat from the Lucio. High Noon is used as the Blizzard comes out. I see 3 skulls, and 2 of them are gonna go through as Wellington Napoleon comes through onto the point. Coalescence also available to Nebula, who gets the final pick onto that Reinhardt there. Milkman Mason, also Turtle, picking up 2 of their own. And with no time left on the clock, that's going to be the first point taken.
2.5 minutes to get to that second objective. They need 3 people on that payload if they're going to try and get to that objective with time left on the clock. For the side of Rockbridge, they did a fantastic job making sure no one got taken out upon their respawns, so everyone is going to be waiting. They aren't taking the super duper close hold because they are dealing with that Mei, and they don't have anyone to sustain versus her if that wall goes up, so they're choosing to fight around the library at second corner. It's going to be an interesting fight, to say the least.
And now that fight is starting as the payload gets toward the point here. It's going to be heading past Hoof and Haunch and getting toward this middle section there. And there goes the Amplification Matrix, as well as Coalescence being used by the Moira here. Going very low on health, and there goes the Death Blossom onto Big AV, but Azur is coming through with a double onto Milkman Mason and Short Stack. And Rockbridge is going to find themselves with the advantage here, helping them keep Wellington Napoleon at bay for a soft reset.
So I'm not going to lie, I love Moira, I love Coalescence. I'm 90% positive you have casted plenty of the games that I played Moira before on for the side of Boise State. However, the Coalescence, when you're using it as a defensive ultimate, when you can't get a main tank or someone with a lot of damage in that beam, is basically just healing. It doesn't do a whole lot. You might want to swap in favor of someone who can do a little more damage, or Anti, so maybe an Ana or a Lucio.
Now Rockbridge having 3 ultimates, the 4th one coming online. There goes a Shatter coming out from Short Stack, and a Graviton Surge being used by Kamas there. Short Stack picking up a double onto Reinhardt. Both tanks down for Rockbridge. Immortality Field used by Azur there. And Turtle Man finding another pick onto Lil Lucio, managing for Wellington Napoleon to get onto the point.
Rockbridge is doing a fantastic job of taking these fights in locations that they have the most advantage here. They managed to draw them out. Yes, they did not finish the fights and get control of the payload, but they got the side of Wellnap down to 30 seconds, and they have the opportunity to do yet another re-engage right here, and they have multiple ultimates to do so. And here's an equal first win, as we see Sound Barrier, Coalescence, Graviton Surge, and Mayol all come out. That Mayol from the side of Wellnap, unfortunately, is going to be just enough to push past Rockbridge right here and get that checkpoint. McCree is now just going to try to go in and in. They, unfortunately, for the side of Rockbridge, expelled almost every single one of their ults. Lucio and Domo are going to be closest to their ultimates in this next fight. For the side of Wellnap, only Baptiste and McCree are going to have their ultimates, but a combo between those two is more than enough to take out a team.
We'll have to see if the team is taken out. Rockbridge now back at full strength. There goes the amplification matrix around the corner there. And Odin is going to be the first one to be taken out by Picdini. Nebula taking out the Immortality Field, thrown down by Azure. Now they're kind of gathering behind the point. McCree trying to throw out the Deadeye. They're not going to find anyone there. There goes the other Deadeye. Is going to find its way onto Camus. Shortstack answering that back by taking out Ice. And a nice flashbang is going to go on to 2 members, but no eliminations to come through that. Wellington Napoleon add a good amount of strength there, focusing down the Reinhardt as the Immortality Field comes out. And there goes a Death Blossom, is only going to find Picdini. And Wellington Napoleon is actually now going to be stopped as Rockbridge respawns, coming onto the point, managing to hold them with very little time to spare.
Cam's almost got that Graviton Surge, and if Cam pops it early, they can stop Wellington Napoleon's even opportunity to touch the point whatsoever here. So Cam, I'm rooting for you to get high charge and be able to get that ult before they make it there, but I don't know if it's going to play into your favor. Short stack, you might be able to get a shatter off, and Big Gab is getting very close to that Blizzard, so Rockbridge has got to get ults and picks out quickly.
We do see a shatter, and a wall is going to go off, up and peel off Ice, and he's going to get focused down on the other side of that wall. Overtime is now active as Blizzard and Coalescence is used by Big AV and Nebula. Graviton Surge also used to bunch up all the weather members of Wellnap. Picdini and Shortstack managing to take out Camas and Lil Lucio as Rockbridge finds themselves now down in this engagement. Big AV continuing to take out Azura. Now they're going to have to rely on trying to keep this match dragged out, but the High Noon is going to try to prevent that as the wall goes up to prevent any members from Rockbridge from touching the point and getting them onto the final point with 0 seconds left.
All right, so the side of Wellnap is now going to be in a very kind of last lap in Mario Kart state of mind here. They cannot let a single tick get onto this first objective on defense, and they have to sustain for 2 minutes. That's about 2 fights. But Rockbridge loves saving all of their ultimates from that first fight and hitting every Q. So Wellnap has to get these ults up quickly, make sure they're rotating them properly and not everyone's hitting Q, and that they have them ready for every single one of these engages, or they will lose this point.
Ready for battle.
Both teams are going to be using Ryan Zarya composition. Rockbridge pulling out the Bastion for their defense.
Attackers incoming in
Oh no, Rockbridge is using a Bastion on attack right now.
Oh, on attack.
Yes.
Oh, okay, excuse me. I assumed it
Wellnap
was
will
defense.
not have the opportunity to attack because they were in overtime, and so that means Rockbridge has 2 minutes to just get 33% on this objective. Otherwise, it's a draw.
Okay, and they swapped over to the Reaper there, so
It
no
was
Bastion
just
is going to be. Maybe they were considering Statue of Liberty, but they're not going to pull that out.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness.
attackers incoming.
And here we go. Rockbridge now going towards the point. They only need 1 tick on this point as Wellnap is going to try to mount their defense here. You see Kamas looks like they're going to go around the statue here, coming up toward the point. Big AV taking a whole lot of damage from Domo and is going to be the first pick, although that is answered back by Shortstack with that Flame Strike onto Domo. Immortality Field also taken out for Rockbridge as Wellington Napoleon pushes onto the point. Immortality Field was also used by Wellington Napoleon there. Both of those on cooldown now. Wellington Napoleon is on point here. Rockbridge manages to get on point too, is getting toward their first tick here. Lil Lucio taking out Milkman Mason, and the amplification matrix also going down. might just be enough for them to take this one pick. Short stack eliminated. It is still contested as Coalescence is used by Wellnap to try to keep this point from being taken. They are dragging it out as much as they can, but Odin with that flame strike and taking out Big AV as well. It's almost enough, and there you go. That's going to be enough for Rockbridge to get the victory and even up this match.
All right, so now it's 2 CP?
I think so. Or maybe they're going on to Payload. We will have to find out. But one of our sponsors, Esports Tower, allows you to score pro esports advice. You can improve your game sense, improve your team play, and improve your performance under pressure. You'll get matched with great players and professional coaches to help you rank up. Unlock your true talent at esportstower.com. All right, so Rockbridge evening it up now, and now we've got a match after two interesting victories coming up. It is turning out to be a very exciting final third match for the Missouri High School Esports Association. The next map to come up could be Payload or could be 2CP, but the order has kind of been mixed up a little bit here.
So, want to take a guess?
I would wager Payload. That's because I want to see.
Even though we just said hybrid? Really? You think it's going to be Payload? All right, well, I'm going to say 2CP, and I'm very sorry if I'm right.
Well, it is the Rockbridge Bruins versus Wellnap in the Missouri High School Esports Association. It is going to be Payload. Dorado, in fact.
All righty, well, okay. Lelucio just baited us again, was on the Bastion. Rockbridge is on attack, so Protect the President is, of course, a strategy you could go with. But Lelucio is going to go in favor of that Reaper. Wellington Napoleon, however, has got Big Av on that Hanzo. We've got Pigeon on the Zarya, Short Stack still on that Reinhardt, and Milkman on that Soldier. So they're going to be utilizing the high ground a whole heck of a lot and just surround and conquer. They do not have a Lucio on their side, however, so Ice might just be able to pull the Reinhardt up with him and take out a lot of people. And as I say that, we see 3 go down for the side of Rockbridge, and the Immortality is going to come out. It's going to be immediately taken out by Milkman, who's just pummeling a bunch of damage down in this conga line of heroes right here.
Now Rockbridge is going to have to regroup.
Milkman! Come on! Don't get that close. This is a strategy, by the way. It's called it's holding red building. Everybody likes to do it. You know, you force 2 fights on point at least. You go down 1, then everybody is on payload. But they didn't go down anybody, so they're gonna get a second fight here, possibly a third. Zarya's high charge to the side of Rockbridge. We hear the concussion thing go out. There's a Pharah now above us somewhere, I believe. Actually, no, I'm crazy. Ignore that. As Soldier is getting very close to that. To attack by the Shatter coming out, Shorty is going to be their doom.
Now, Amplification Matrix is being used by Azura as Rockbridge is finding themselves being able to push this point forward. Big AV does have Dragon Strike coming online, as well as the Visor also coming. And there goes Dragon Strike right onto Ice, who is going to be eliminated.
I know it seems like losing 1 hero isn't that big of a deal, but losing a Lucio or a Reinhardt in these comps is actually one of the most detrimental things you can do, especially as a first death. It drops your percentage of winning down to 86%, which is very bad when you're on the attacking team, because defending teams always have the advantage here.
Turtleman now getting rid of that Immortality field. McCree just trying to push through some sort of damage through this choke. Short Stack holds up their shield, defending for Wellington Napoleon. Continue to push through under the archway. Amplification Matrix is used by Turtleman and Milkman, using that to help take out Odin and Domo as well. Ice now eliminated by Turtleman. It's going to be another hold for Wellnap.
Looking at Rockbridge right now, they've got the Graviton Surge. Oh my goodness. Okay, they've almost got everything coming online, but so does Wellnap. So this next fight is once again going to be one of those he who ults first in the most advantageous position, because if there's no follow-up, it does nothing. He who ults first is going to win the fight. So I'm interested to see who ults first here.
Well, all eyes open to see who ults. Amplification Matrix is going to be the first one, as well as Graviton Surge answered back by the Shatter and a Nano Boost as well. Short second, Milkman Mason able to get 2 eliminations onto Lil Lucio and Cam as they're putting Rockbridge at the disadvantage, continuing to hold for Wellnap, and the Sleep Dart is also going to go out there. The Reinhardt comes in to follow it up. Anti-Nade also going on to Ice, who's trying to run away, but it's not going to be enough as he is taken out by Turtle Man. Big AV also getting a pick onto Azor.
So yes, Rockbridge ulted first, but the second half of that he who ults first statement that I made was in an advantageous position, and that Matrix, unfortunately, if you looked at his positioning, was put in a place where all Wellnap needed to do was walk 2 feet to the left or right, and they were out of LOS of the Matrix, so it was borderline useless for the side of Rockbridge to gain any sort of ultimate charge value or do extra damage with it, and the re-engage with the other ultimates coming out from Wellnap was more than enough to take the fight in their favor. We have Domos chilling out with a High Noon, and we've got Sound Barrier. The Graviton Surge is going to come out as well as the High Noon. We hear the Dragons and the Immo are going to come out. Reinhardt's going to get anti. Domo's not going to be able to pick anybody up, but for the side of Wellnap, they managed to pick up 3 as we hear the attack visor go off and managed to pick up 1 more. Baptiste is also going to get Domo, so that's a full team kill, and Ice is going to be the only one in position possibly to be able to touch that point, but I don't even see them.
And time runs out for Rockbridge, unable to get to the first checkpoint, leaving Wellnap in a very good position to take this third round.
Score 0-0. Switching sides. Initiating match.
You are watching this match between Wellington Napoleon and Rockbridge Bruins in the Missouri High School Esports Association. It's currently tied 1-1 overall in the match. Rockbridge won the last match, Kings Row. Wellington Napoleon picking up the first victory in Busan.
As we get down, the countdown timer is hitting that 5-second mark. We're not seeing any picks out from either side yet. There we go. There's the full team spawning in right now. Rockbridge, Lucio's got to be just pulling.
He's got to be.
He's pulling. He's pulling.
Or
is he? No.
I don't.
No.
Well.
No.
I guess so.
All right, so for the side of Rockbridge, basically, as you would assume, the Bastion's going to set up somewhere and just kind of pummel damage down with a little bit of help from the Mercy, using a Immortality Matrix as needed. Odds are Orissa's going to be staying with them too, and they're going to be leaving Roadhog to anchor the point with the extra healing coming out from that Baptiste on the Hog, and Hog will be able to heal themselves. But if enough damage goes onto that Roadhog and people utilize natural cover away from the Bastion, Rockbridge is going to have a really hard time not preventing this payload from hitting that objective.
Stop the payload.
Well, the Bastion is set up on the second level there. Big AV is also just trying to get some sort of picks onto that as the Orisa shield goes down to shelter that Bastion and is almost taken out with that Sleep Dart. Manages to survive there, but it isn't doing too much to stop them as a very good hook is going to cake on Milkman, but not able to get to the second level as the ledge comes in to save him there. Big AV does manage to get the pick onto Domo as Rockbridge throws down their Immortality shield. And another hook is going to be used there. This Domo is going to switch Fop onto the Tracer. Wellington Napoleon getting very close to where they need to be. This defense here isn't really working out for Lil Lucio, although he manages to take out Ana, but the payload still manages to go forward here. Short stack now taken out. Lil Lucio eliminated by Turtle Man as Big Dini is going to pick up the slack for Wellnap here. Still staying on point as Dragon Strike is used there to go and try to clear the point out so they can get to that final place where they need to be, and they're going to find it.
I'm not going to lie, that Tracer sustain on payload, the stall, lasted about as long as I thought it was going to, because let's be honest, Tracers are so tiny, their hitboxes are really annoying to hit.
And Wellington Napoleon, that is going to be enough for them to be declared the winner of this third match, a very competitive match between the two, but ultimately a victory for Wellnap.
I honestly am going to say I am pleasantly surprised about what we saw coming out from Rockbridge, and I think after reviewing to this week's VODs, by next week, we'll see a whole nother team from Rockbridge, just kind of mentality-wise in the way that they'll be playing.
Well, we'll have to see how it turns out next week, but for this week, that is going to be all for the Missouri High School Esports Association Overwatch matches. But coming up next, we're going to see Boise State at the collegiate level play Rocket League, so get ready to root for the Broncos after this break.
It's a calling that's kept us free. It's a place to belong. What's the calling? It's doing a job that makes a difference. Serving your community and your country. It's part-time service where the impact is full-time. What's your calling? Air Force Reserve.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
Legendary parts for legendary wins.
Welcome back to tonight's Boise State Esports broadcast as we head into the second half of the night, focusing on Boise State fighting in the NECC Rocket League Spring Tournament. I'm still your host, Jacob Jem Palmer, and switching to join us tonight to call all the Rocket League action, I've got Michael Fish Fisher. And now, this is going to be very interesting, the first match that we see, because it's going to be involving the Boise State Orange Squad, which, Fish, if you remember, had a little bit of a rough go at it yesterday. They entered into last week, excuse me. They entered into it tied for first place. They lost one game, but won the second game that they played. So overall, they still managed to be second in the overall bracket.
Yeah, the orange and the blue team for Boise State kind of on opposite ends. We'll see both of them tonight here. As you mentioned, the orange team, second place right now, trying to chase down the first place team that they did lose to last week. Meanwhile, Boise State blue, they're on the opposite end. They're the last team in the playoffs right now in their division. So they're fighting to stay in it. Boise State orange is fighting for the top spot. Both these teams coming out strong. The blue team with their new stub and instinct played really strong as well. But yeah, this orange team, they're right at that top half of the bracket, playing one of the teams at the bottom. This is a game you've got to win if you're Boise State orange, because you got to make sure you keep pace with some of the teams right ahead of you.
Yeah, this is going to determine be a very big determiner overall in how Boise State Orange can position themselves in the overall bracket. Do you have any info on the team that they're going to be going up against?
Concordia, Wisconsin is the team they'll be playing against. Told that they were 8th place in the division, so towards that bottom half. But these are the games that you need to win, and historically, Boise State programs at times have struggled with teams that they're going to be blowing out. We've seen all across the board, sometimes playing down to that level of the competition and sometimes needing 3 or 5 games against a team you really should just blow out of the water. So this is a team you don't want to overlook. You don't want to be looking ahead on that schedule. These are the wins that you need to pick up, because if you drop a game or two like this, you can go to second, down to fourth just in a heartbeat. So looks like an easy matchup on paper for Boise State Orange, but it's a game they've got to make sure they bring their A game to, because I'm sure there's nothing more that Concordia wants than to upset the Broncos.
Well, this is the NECCE Rocket League's spring season in 2021, as we are starting to near the end of the regular semester toward when playoffs will start. That is going to be around April. So very crucial in these final times before the match. You can see the full lineup of Boise State here, going to be Thunderama, Circuit, and Toxic.
Yeah, this has been a really strong team. I know Circuit and Toxic have really been working on their offensive game, but we've seen really a breakout performance in the last few weeks from Thunderama. He's putting up goals in bunches. He was absolutely paramount in Boise State Orange, not only staying with the one match we saw them lose, but winning that other match we saw last week. So any of these guys can absolutely pop off and have a crazy series, and they're all firing at high cylinders right now.
Well, as we get ready to start the first match, we want to remind our friends on Twitch to support your team, celebrate the successes of your team, and be respectful to other fans. As we get into the first matchup tonight, I do believe you said it was against Concordia, Wisconsin. Boise State Orange is going to be going up against tonight in Rocket League. And as we get ready to go into the match tonight, we are going to review Doc's keys to the game in Rocket League, which is pretty simple as we get down to these final few matches. It's going to be to kick A's, take N's, deliver some L's, and collect some W's. Those very succinct Doc's keys to the game, brought to you by Count Identity Trust Global Network, delivering real-time fraud protection and account protection, and enables personalized customer experiences for more than 9,000 leading brands and payment providers. Quick and accurate identity trust decisions deliver safe payment, account creation, and login events while reducing digital fraud, chargebacks, false positives, and manual reviews. Count.com.
Yeah, pretty simple for Boise State Rocket League, but they've been firing on all cylinders, so I totally expect them to come out strong here. But it's March. It's the time for upsets to reign supreme, so Boise State Orange has got to make sure they do not underestimate Concordia, because they can make them pay. They're in the same division for a reason. Even though it's a top team versus a bottom-tier team, anything can happen in March.
And now we head into the first match. We're going to see Greenwich 51 here on the side of Concordia, as Boise State is going to be in the orange for this match. Circuit looking to get a nice clear there onto Concordia's territory. Thunderama comes in here, is going to pass this ball over to the center where Toxic rotates in toward the goal, and a nice save there is going to come through from Concordia as Circuit has to rotate back here and is actually going to be credited with a save on the goal.
He's got a teammate on that right side. They're going to play it himself. Nice intercept there by Big Z, and Thunderama's going to launch it down into the corner. Popped right back by Woods. Sent it up for Circuit from Toxic. He's going to wait. Woods going to carry it down into the corner. Circuit's going to be able to play that one around it, but right off the wall, right over to Toxic, who's waiting in the wings. Boise State still trying to find this clear. We get a shot from Wood, going to go wide. Circuit should be able to clear this one away. He's not able to get away from one. Big Z able to intercept it near the mid. Now Toxic takes a shot, and there's nobody back on defense, and Toxic picked up the first goal of the game.
Well, last week we saw that for both Boise State and the teams they played against, overextending and not leaving anyone on the back to defend and leaving that open goal can be a very big problem. Boise State capitalizes on that, punishing Concordia early in this round. We're only about a minute in. Big Z came out with the cheat there on the kickoff, pushes that over toward Boise State territory. Ball up in the air as Greenwich comes in to fight Toxic for it. Ball still manages to stay in the corner of Thunderama, kicks it up in the air, is now going to do the tap on, but Aaron comes, one of the members on Concordia, keeping it, setting it up for Big Z to find the goal.
Yeah, just barely going to bounce over. Boise State, you see Two Dog Lucky plays it off the back wall. Excuse me, perfectly. Big Z just spikes it down. Boise State wasn't ready for it. They were expecting the full shot right on the net. Great job there by Big Z to alter his shot location. Sometimes those soft shots will work out if the other team's not expecting it. Right off the kickoff, Two Dog Lucky's going to hit it over to that orange side. Circuit waiting for it, plays it off the wall, dodges the demo from Big Z, tries to play it to himself, but Two Dog Lucky intercepts that one perfectly. He'll carry it towards midfield. Thunderama going to barely dunk it over him. Toxic pops it up in the air. Green Cho going to be able to hit that one towards midfield. Shot on net for Boise State. Rebound. No intercept by Two Dog Lucky. Backboard once again. Does Boise State have the ball? No. Now they're out of position. Two Dog Lucky racing, but Toxic able to get it right near midfield.
Now Toxic is going to be passing it over to Thunderama in the center, but the disrupted there by Two Dog Lucky. Circuit credited with the save there as Two Dog Lucky managed to get a shot on goal back over to where Big Z is, but in come Greenwich there to try to clear it out, and it didn't work out, and Thunderama capitalizes on that with the goal.
Yeah, just an unfortunate clear here for Green. Hits it just way too soft. Thunderama's going to take complete advantage of that. Big Z was already relieving, and you saw Concordia. They all thought that was going to be a clear. Just unfortunately a bad touch there by Green, and that's going to be another goal for Boise State. Thunderama coming on strong right after kickoff. Two Dog Lucky. Oh, he didn't get the touch Thunderama thought he was going to get. Thunderama could have challenged him on it. Circuit did. Now the ball will get hit down to the orange side. Two Dog Lucky going to bail out on that one. He'll stop it up in the corner. Setting up something for a teammate. Looks like Circuit's going to play it off the back wall. No follow-up. Big Z kind of gets stuck. Now Two Dog Lucky's in a one-on-one for Thunderama. Green Cho comes in for the demo. Nearly scores on himself, though. Very risky play for Concordia, and Circuit takes the shot and puts it in off the triple commit. Just a very, very unfortunate possession there for Concordia.
That's a beautiful pass there over to Circuit, putting it in the upper left corner. Hard to save from that position. Boise State finds themselves in the lead 3-1. A little halfway into the match thus far as we head toward the kickoff. It goes high, and with a save and a miss there from Two Dog Lucky, that's going to allow Boise State to get the time they need to find a clear.
Big Z's going to be able to just barely get around Thunderama, but Thunderama did enough to force Two Dog Lucky to make the save. Big Z's going to miss on that one, opens it up for Circuit, hit it right back down in the corner. Greenwich going to play that one off the wall, bounce off the ceiling, takes a Boise State bounce. Toxic takes his shot, barely ricochets off the trunk of Greenwich. Two Dog Lucky not able to stop Thunderama right off the backboard. Greenwich looking for a clear, hit it right towards the two members of Boise State camping near that midfield stripe. Toxic now waiting for a clear or a follow-up. Two Dog Lucky can't quite get it, dunked right over him. Great job though by Big Z to redirect that ball. Thunderama trying to keep the possession alive. Greenwich will clear it down, and Boise State's got to reset.
Now in the center, Toxic is going to have to defend this ball. Manages to push it off to the corner, and in comes Thunderama fighting with Big Z. Up off the ceiling, is now going to be grounded toward the goal, and in came the members of Concordia rushing to try to get it to get some sort of save there, as that goal was open there, but just not the right angle for Boise State to score it. It's down in the center. Here comes Thunderama with the shot on goal off the crossbar. Not quite going to find it. Circuit comes in to try to keep it alive, and here's another shot, and Toxic finds it.
Now the defense for Concordia has definitely fallen apart once one shot goes on the net. You see Two Dog Lucky clears that one away. Big Z's not in position, neither is Greenwich, and it just feels like after the first shot, Boise State's finding follow-up opportunities one after another. Concordia's going to have to figure out how to get these clears, but right now it's a 4-1 game right off the kickoff. Two Dog Lucky plays it off the wall. Bad touch there for Boise State. Big Z with an opportunity, but it's going to be redirected by Toxic off the back wall. Two Dog Lucky trying to take a shot, and Toxic will smartly clear that one over to the corner. He's got Thunderama waiting. Intercepted, though, by Big Z. Pass just barely away on the double commit from Circuit and Toxic. Thunderama going to pass it back over. A couple members of Boise State charging in, but Two Dog Lucky launches that one off the backboard. Big Z's racing down, has the boost advantage. Crossbar! Greenwich puts it home. Boise State just gets caught napping there, and they thought that ball was not going to get launched back as quickly as it did.
Yeah, both two members of the Broncos had already committed themselves there to that lower right corner. By the time the follow-up came through, they weren't in the position where they could adequately save it. And as we move on to the next kickoff here, Toxic is going to get the better of that. In comes Two Dog to get the clear back over and try to score the goal, but Thunderama with a great save is going to stop him from doing it.
A 4-1 lead nearly evaporated. That save should allow Boise State to hold on here. Couples members a whip on that one. Thunderama passes it over to Circuit, all just over him. Big Z clears it down, huge demolition, but Toxic barely disrupts Two Dog Lucky. Demo does come out, though. It's a 1-on-3. Pass back, 10 seconds left time, just not on the side of Concordia, Wisconsin. Greenwich going to try and take one final shot. Big Z pops it up in the air. Boise State's victory all but confirmed. They'll double commit on the save because why not? Time has expired, and Boise State in a game that almost was closer than it needed to be. They'll win game one.
That's a great start for Boise State, capitalizing on some of the laps in defenses that Concordia University had there. That seemed to be the ultimate Achilles heel for them as soon as they let that first goal through by overextending.
Yeah, it just felt like Concordia would make one save, and they'd either double commit on the save, or as soon as the save was made, they almost banked on the fact that it was going to be a clear, and everyone would evacuate the goal, and then Boise State, if they were able to keep the side control, would just take another shot, and somebody would be out of position. So Concordia's really got to work on guaranteeing they get a clear, not just assuming the first one's going to be a clear, but for Boise State, those last minute was kind of sketchy there. They nearly let one in. They had a huge clear off. I don't know why they were so aggressive, up 3 goals. So Boise State probably went a little aggro, but I think Concordia's got the major issues to work out here if they want to find a win in this series.
A very clutch save coming in there from Thunderama. That would have been a continuing of the goal kind of momentum at Concordia was starting up there. So kind of that one save really stopped the momentum there and kept Boise State in the lead there, getting the ultimate victory 4-2. And I have to say that also is a little bit uncharacteristic of what we saw last week, as all the games last week, with the exception of kind of the very end there, if I remember correctly, the very end of the night, most of the games were really only decided by one goal, and we never saw either team build up a huge lead. So Boise State really setting a different tone for tonight, managing to build up a 3-goal lead.
Yeah, I mean, that is what you expect when you get the number 2 team in the division taking on the 8th place team towards that lower end. You expect the 4-1 score line, maybe that 4-2 score line. I think anytime that the game is within 1 goal in the final minutes, that favors Concordia because that's when absolute chaos can happen. That's when Boise State's going to start pressing because they feel like they're probably the better team if you just look at the standings. So if Boise State can comfortably build those 4-goal margins, those 3-goal margins, I think then you know this team is definitely focused. They're ready to go tonight, and that's what we should expect from this Orange team, who has really come alive, as we mentioned. They came into last week tied for first, didn't get the result they wanted in a battle of first-place teams, but they're still trying to hang tough, and right now they're looking pretty strong, sitting in second place, look like they're going to carry that through tonight.
Well, now we move on to game number 2 in this overall match, or at least we are waiting. It is best of 5, so Boise State not quite there to getting to match point, but if they win to this next one, they have the opportunity to close this out in 3 games. In terms of overall side control, it seemed to be fairly even. Both teams had opportunities where they could score goals there.
Yeah, I felt like Boise State just did a little bit better job of maintaining their possessions. When a ball would get cleared, they'd have someone camping at that midfield line to allow the possession to continue. It felt like the rotations just were a little bit better by Boise State, a little bit faster in making sure they were in the next spot that was opened up. So I would say side control probably barely favored Boise State, but I do think a lot of that was just because Concordia wouldn't get a clear, and then everyone would sort of evacuate and a goal would be scored and everything would sort of reset. So I do think that side control ended up being a lot more even on paper than it actually kind of felt in the game. I think Boise State had more of the control, and that's why they were able to put up the 4 goals that they did.
And a bit of consistency improvement from Boise State. A thing that really kind of haunted them a lot last week was kind of these near misses that they would have when they would try to get a shot on goal. But most of the goals Boise State scored there. Very accurate up in the corners of the goals where you want them. So we'll see if that accuracy continues up in this second match, and they're going to start right off the bat here.
Yeah, once again, just similar story from game number 1. You see Toxic going to take a shot right off the backboard. Two Dog Lucky gets just not a great touch on it. Greenwich was trying to rotate it into the goal, but once again, just a bad clear for Concordia. And Boise State's going to score the first goal of this game, number 2. Kickoff right off of that. Going to go over just to the orange side. Toxic should win that one. Great challenge by Bixby, though. Keep this on the orange side. Two Dog Lucky going to pop it up in the air. Greenwich wants to take a shot. Really a bad touch, though, for him. That's going to allow Boise State to get the ball on their side. Circuit, great pass to Thunderama, intercepted the last second by Bixby. Toxic comes flying in, but Greenwich able to make the save. Bixby can't quite keep it alive. Ball still on this blue side. Two Dog Lucky chasing near that midfield stripe. He's going to hit it down into the corner. First Toxic to make a play as we get a demo off screen. And that ball goes wide of the net. Great save by Thunderama there, as I say that.
You got to appreciate the rotations from Boise State, especially in that last push. And a demo is going to be coming out onto Toxic, though. It's going to stop them for just a little bit in their momentum, but in comes Circuit to try to follow it up. And a bump there from Two Dog, trying to disrupt Boise State's plays. But overall, like I was saying, great communication and rotations from Boise State. No double commits that I can see thus far. Circuit is going to pass it off to the side. Thunderama looking for the clear, is going to find it over to where Two Dog is, off in the corner. Now here comes Thunderama. It's going to try to center it up, but gets stopped by one of the members of Concordia. Here comes the follow-up from Circuit. He's going to be credited with a shot on goal and a save from Bixby.
Nice 50 ball there. Two Dog Lucky's going to put it down into the corner. Thunderama will clear it. You see all three members of Concordia right next to each other off the backboard. Circuit's going to score. This play started. It was a disaster from the very start. We'll see if we can see the replay. All three members of Concordia are right next to each other. They'll double commit on the save. You already got one guy back in the net, and a huge triple commit cost Concordia, and that's the second goal for Boise State.
Well, I can always count on you, Fish, to really pile it on in the criticism when a play goes completely wrong. But it did go very wrong there for Concordia, and possibly for Boise State right off the kickoff.
I love that play from Two Dog Lucky. He just kind of slow dribbles it, forces someone to make a play. As Boise State had double committed on the kickoff. Thunderama tried to spike it down. Circuit just unfortunately in the wrong spot at the wrong time. Scores the own goal there, but great play by Two Dog Lucky. I really loved how he kind of slow played that kickoff. We'll see if Boise State still double commits. They will on the kickoff. Not going to cost him this time, though. Toxic clears it down. Two Dog Lucky off the wall. Perfect opportunity for Circuit. He'll take the shot. Nobody's home. Cross mapper for Circuit.
And much the same way the first goal was scored for Boise State, it happens again in game number 2. See Green just trying to come in there. No one at that goal. Way too late for any sort of save to go through. But now watch for the kickoff, or at least the seconds right after the kickoff. That's how Concordia has managed to score a goal, but with Toxic managing to pass over Thunderama. A bit of miscommunication, though, and a double commit from Boise State. But all three members of Concordia committing there is going to put them at an awkward position. Kind of communication just a little bit sloppy for both teams in those past few seconds, as Boise State looks to clean it up here.
Yeah, Concordia feels like they're pressing just a bit too much. You mentioned three members all around that ball. We get a demolition on a Two Dog Lucky. Thunderama tried to center that one, just loses position of the ball. Great play off the backboard, but a challenge by Bixby. He's going to turn that one away. Toxic will underdrive it. Thunderama's going to miss it off the wall. Pair of misses there for Boise State. Finally, Circuit plays it off that wall. Pass to Thunderama. Bixby's going to dunk it over him. Here comes Toxic, though. Shot is just wide. Ball still rattling around right in front of the net. Circuit's going to nearly hit that one home, but Two Dog Lucky makes a great play. Toxic keeps it alive, though. He gets demoed out by Bixby. Greenwich going to clear that one back. Ooh, a whiff there for Boise State. They've been a little inaccurate these last minute, and that's going to put them in a very awkward position.
Now we have about 2 minutes left, and Green was trying to get a shot on goal there, but it was disrupted by Boise. Now Circuit trying to fight for the ball, finds himself at a bad angle. Thunderama luckily right there to find the save. It is now going to try to get the clear as the pass comes over to Toxic. Bixby comes in, disrupting it in the middle of the field. Comes Circuit, still in the corner. Bixby centering it up for Green, but the ball gets pushed over and deflected off to the right. So now here comes Toxic on the counterattack. Gonna find himself demoed, though, and that demo is going to put a stop to Boise's push and put them back on the defense.
Boise State flirting with danger right now. Concordia's had several great attempts on this goal. Greenwich can't keep that one alive. Toxic's going to play it off the wall. Two Dog Lucky retreating. Gonna make a great save there. Should be winnable though by Toxic. Bigsby gonna clear that one all the way down. Thunderama just barely keeps that one alive. We get a demo off screen onto Greenwich. Circuit's gonna make it around one. Two Dog Lucky's gonna redirect it right back to Greenwich off the respawn. Very risky play, but it works out for him. Shot from Thunderama. Two Dog Lucky puts it in a very unfortunate spot, but it looks like Toxic bailed on that one. He's now gonna play it around Thunderama, centered it up perfectly. Circuit with a risky play, but the shot's just high. And Boise State barely clinging to this 3-1 lead as Two Dog Lucky plays it around against Concordia within one with 50 seconds left.
Well, now Concordia finds himself in a good position to get a nice equalizer. You can really expect, you really cannot, you don't know what to expect off of these kickoffs here, so it could take just one very quick kickoff goal, and Concordia finds themselves all tied up. These next few seconds very crucial for Boise State. Ball heads over Bigsy. Thunderama is going to have to push it off to the side. The Green is going to keep the side control going over to Two Dog Lucky, who centers it up. Toxic now is going to find the clear, and a great big clear over toward Concordia territory. Now here comes the center trying to come through from Toxic, and the rotation isn't going to be there for Boise State as Concordia found themselves able to clear that out, but a nice shot right above the goal there. Had it been a little lower, that might have gone in.
Yeah, Boise State is playing very defensive. They had two players at that midfield stripe. Toxic with a great pass over to Circuit. He'll clear it down. Toxic can't find the redirect though as Bigsby pushes it back onto that orange side. 5 seconds left. Thunderama plays it around one. Rocco should need to ground this ball. Bigsby barely keeps it alive. Two Dog Lucky pops it up in the air. Toxic looking for the spike. He'll find it exactly, and Boise State survives to go up onto match point.
We are watching Boise State versus Concordia, Wisconsin right now in this NECC Rocket League match. Boise State finding themselves with 2 victories, now on to match point for this game. A very crucial game as they find themselves second in the overall standings. As we get closer and closer to playoffs, maintaining those high positions is going to be beneficial for Boise State. But I got to say, Concordia really in both of those games finding themselves with a way to come back after Boise State built up a lead, especially in terms of kickoff goals. Concordia scoring some very sneaky kickoff goals for Boise State, catching them off guard.
Yeah, Boise State kind of full committed to the double man kickoff where one guy goes for the ball, and they're kind of hoping for a tie-up or even just the ball to ricochet the players off of it, and that'll open up that second player to launch an easy shot on the net. We've seen that work time and time again for really a handful of teams over the past few years in Rocket League. It's a very interesting strategy. It cost them on that one kickoff goal that Concordia scored because it left Two Dog Lucky all alone in a 1v1. So curious how long Boise State wants to commit to that, and it does feel like Boise State also kind of struggled getting some clears. We saw a lot of good shots from Concordia, especially from that about 3 to 1 minute mark left in the game where they were just peppering shot after shot. So Boise State now is the team that's got to work on clears, but still for Concordia, we saw it a couple of times. They're triple committing on balls. They're double committing on balls on the defensive end. They've got to shore up that defense because while they're giving Boise State a run for their money late, they're still finding themselves in early deficits, and those are so hard to overcome when Rocket League's only a 5-minute game.
Now we find ourselves heading into the third match, the third game of this match, rather. As the lights dim, I always got to say, Fish, I always like it when the arena that they choose for these games when it comes down to match point, or match point, whenever it's a nighttime setting, because it always feels like the stakes have really been set. We're now finding ourselves in the climax of the game.
Yeah, it does feel like to me, ever since Epic sort of took over the Rocket League scene, it feels like we've seen a lot more maps, and we feel like we've gotten a lot more creative in the competitive version of Rocket League, just in the maps. I mean, all the maps that we play are still basically all the same. We don't have the crazy maps that we'll see in the bonus game modes from time to time with teams, but I do like how we've expanded it based just from the basic map, and I think some of the stadiums are really awesome as we get into the game here. Looks like 45 seconds have already gone by. Concordia and Boise State still a tie game. Good news for Concordia. Bigsy, though, going to miss on that one. Two Dog Lucky, last man back at that midfield stripe. He'll carry it up, try to take a shot on net. Bails on the ball, but it does kind of throw off Boise State. Bigsby hits the crossbar, and that's a golden opportunity wasted to the side of Concordia. Just very unfortunate.
Oh, 1 minute already past. Boise State fumbling a bit here as Two Dog Lucky gets a save there. Now Green looking for the clear. Toxic meets it in the air, and in and up goes Bigsy. Be credited with a save. Now comes Thunderama. The pass over to Circuit in the center. Ball finds itself way up high, up and towards the left. And Green now up on the wall. Circuit again is going to have to find the clear. Two Dog Lucky keeping the side control alive for Concordia. Toxic now in the corner. Boise State now a lot of them low on health except Thunderama on boost, excuse me. And now Thunderama and Toxic find themselves at half boost. Toxic is going to rotate in here. He's going to play it around the corner. In comes Two Dog. And that's a very crucial miss from Circuit, and Thunderama had to get the final save there, keep Boise State alive.
Dog barely plays it around Boise State. Thunderama is going to keep it alive, play it off the ceiling. Toxic bumps it up into that corner. They'll force Bigby to make a play. He'll detonate. Two Dog Lucky's going to steal it away from him. There's those double commits we were talking about for Concordia. Two Dog Lucky loses the aerial. Circuit's just going to knock it away from him. Green going to take a shot on net. Toxic clears it down. Oh, just past Circuit. The ball will get volleyballed back to the orange side.
Now we're about halfway through, 2 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock now. Toxic up on the side is going to be meeting Two Dog here. Pushes it over toward the center. Before a member of Boise State can rotate in for the shot, Two Dog there is going to push it off to the side. And now Bigsy going to find the clear. Toxic stops him right there, back over to Concordia territory. In comes Green with the pass over to Bigsy up in the center. And now Toxic, before he can get a clear, is going to be met by Two Dog. And a great save there before Green can get the shot on goal, but dangerous point for the Broncos.
Two Dog going to keep it alive. Plays it around Bigsby. Now you see Circuit at midfield. He'll double tap it perfectly, but Bigsby's going to be able to clear that one. Thunderama waiting at the midfield stripe. He'll clear it across the map. Bigsby will take a shot. Circuit will launch it back. Toxic up in the air. Oh, can't quite get the touch on it. And Bigsby with the great demo is going to kill the Broncos' possession. Thunderama dunks it over Two Dog Lucky. We see these double commits plaguing Concordia. Boise State just hasn't been able to punish. They look like kids chasing a soccer ball right now at times. In that corner, Bigsby will spike it down. Green just barely misses on it. Two Dog Lucky trying to take it home. But Toxic makes a great save, and Boise State holds it scoreless here with a minute and 20 seconds left.
Now off to the other side of the field, Thunderama, no boost, but is going to have to still try to find the clear. Picks up the boost on the side there. He's now going to drive it to the other side of the field, up on the wall. The ball gets massive airtime. He's taken away from Boise State by Bigsy there. Now comes Circuit, ball up and in front of the goal. That was an opportunity for the Broncos. They might try to keep it alive with the side control here. Thunderama tries to get a shot there, but now Toxic with a shot on goal and an opportunity for the Broncos there, but off the crossbar and not quite going to find it. Now with the counterattack here from Concordia, Two Dog Lucky is going to meet Circuit. Ball is contested between both of them, and a miss from two members of each team, and a shot by Bigsy is just going to find its way left of the goal.
Circuit and Green going to tie up on that one. Boise State's looking for a clear with 30 seconds left. Circuit bails out on that one, leaves Toxic to defend for himself. Greenwich going to keep that one alive. Oh, Bigsby with the shot right up the crossbar. Two Dog Lucky can't follow it up. Concordia has come oh so close several times to just scoring the first goal in this game. Oh, great job by Thunderama. Plays it around one. Two Dog Lucky makes a save. Circuit puts himself in a perfect position. 6 seconds left. Two Dog Lucky with potentially the final chance in regulation. Trying to play it off the wall. Bigsby centers it up. 1 second left. Ball touches the ground. We're heading overtime in a 0-0 game.
Golden goal situation, one in to win, and a match point for Boise State if they can find the goal here. But Boise State is cruising pretty heavily toward a victory, has met a very fierce Concordia here in Game 3, who has not allowed one goal, but a shot on goal there for Boise is just going to be saved at the last moment from Two Dog. But the follow-up here from Thunderama is trying to end the game. Not going to find the goal quite yet, but a great try there from the RC.
That was a bunch of double commits. If Boise State can get one more shot on goal in a possession, if they can get 3 shots on goal, Circuit rips one in here, Bigsby makes a save. I think they'll find Concordia without a member to play defense. Bigsby, though, is going to clear it down. He'll take a shot right off the backboard. He'll over pursue. Two Dog Lucky's going to pop it up in the air. Water falls it down, but ends up hitting it away from his own teammate. Greenwich was in a perfect position to end this game. And he's not going to find anything. Two Dog Lucky will clear it across the map. Thunderama gonna demo him, gets a great touch on the ball, but a nice play by Greenwich, just barely stealing away from Circuit. Toxic pops it back into the corner. Bigsby waiting on that one. Two Dog Lucky plays it around a pair of Broncos, and the ball will pop up in the air midfield.
Now Thunderama trying to keep the side control going, but Big Z is going to find his clear in a little bit of a dangerous situation for the Broncos here, trying to find the clear. In comes Greenwich with the shot on goal, and a great save by Thunderama, but Two Dog Lucky with the follow-up. Got the crossbar, and very dangerous for the Broncos. But now Thunderama is going to try to punish them for maybe going too far in an overcommit there, but Greenwich was there to get the save. And now the ball is still off in the corner with Two Dogs centering it up for another shot on goal. In comes the Broncos again to find the clear. Now Toxic with the shot on goal. Greenwich is going to have to try to divert it off to the side. And now we're almost 2 minutes into overtime, and both teams still fighting fiercely. Concordia to stay alive and Boise to win the match.
Both teams making a couple errors in the net here. We've seen some double commits come out. They've got to be careful. We're trending in a direction that one small mistake is going to cost you the game. As Bigsby clears it across the midfield stripe, all the way to the other side. He'll pinch it off the wall. Two Dog Lucky and him kind of both hesitate. Allows Boise State to challenge. Now Greenwich in the corner. Stolen away by Thunderama. If he gets another tap, he might have scored, but Two Dog Lucky reads that one perfectly. He's looking for the double tap, and he's going to find it. Boise State a little too aggro on that clear for Thunderama. Two Dog Lucky plays it perfectly, and nobody home to stop that ball. We're going to a game 4.
Wow, over 7 minutes in that third match, and Concordia managing to stay alive, dragging it off to a game 4, and Boise State is going to be left with 2 more opportunities to find a victory. But Concordia, from what I've seen from them, despite being placed lower, eighth in the overall bracket, I don't think I necessarily would have known that watching them and how fiercely they've fought for it. Concordia still, even though they make mistakes here and there in terms of maybe a double commit here or leaving the goal open, that really slowed down there in that third match to where both teams were very even footing going into overtime.
Yeah, Concordia was able to kind of roll with the philosophy that a good defense is a great offense, and they just kept the pressure on Boise State, and they prevented Boise State from really finding that many shots on the net, because at times when Boise State got possession, you'd see a double commit, then another double commit, and if there's just one more follow-up for Boise State, they would have had a wide-open net. But Concordia, throwing everything in the kitchen sink defensively, were able to get the stops, and they just kept so much pressure on Boise State that the Broncos just never really got that footing like we saw in games 1 and 2, where they were able to rack up goals. So be very interested to see Concordia in the last couple games, even in game 2 that they lost, starting to trend in that more offensively dominant direction. And I think this is kind of proving to maybe be why they're in 8th place. They're really, really good offensively and kind of average defensively. But if they can keep all the pressure on a team, that team has no chances to score, and that's the recipe if Concordia wants to pull off the reverse sweep. They need to generate 3.5 minutes of side control, limit the amount of attempts Boise State can get on the goal, and Concordia has a really easy way to get us to a game 5.
Well, Boise State had a very good opportunity to get a goal and close it out there. They had multiple shots on goal in that overtime, but Concordia just came in there with the defense. And also just a couple of very clutch crossbars for Concordia, too. Boise State just aiming a little bit too high in some of those shots on goals. But now they're going to be going into game number 4, have another chance to close this out and continue to keep themselves in the top of the bracket. Of course, a victory for Concordia here would be very great for them. They would go up to, I would imagine probably 4th or 5th maybe in the bracket. I would imagine that they at least meet Boise State and find themselves right next to them in overall standings if they win here.
Yeah, a lot of it's going to depend on how many games they've played so far. If we're 5, 6, 7 games in, I don't know how far Concordia will jump up. But, I mean, we've seen these are very big playoff brackets in NECC. We'll see in our next game when this series wraps up between Boise State and Fresno State. These teams are battling it out for 6th place, and then battling it out for the last spot in the playoffs. So Concordia could, I don't know if they'll jump up to 4th or 5th, but they at least have a chance in that playoff spot here if they win. So they're fighting for their playoff lives. Boise State's trying to stay on the top half of the bracket. It's going to be a great game 4 as we kick it off here. Greenwich going to be able to win that kickoff, but he'll overdrive it just slightly. Two Dog Lucky going to try and play this one off the wall, and the early pressure starts for Concordia. One save for Circuit. Bigsby's going to keep it alive. Nice pop up in the air for Two Dog Lucky to pass over to Greenwich, but it's just wide of the net. Boise State trying to find the clear. They can't find it as Bigsby's going to keep it alive in the corner. Toxic comes charging in, leaves a spot in the goal. Luckily, Two Dog Lucky misses on that one. Everyone on Concordia full sending for this net right now. Boise State gets a long clear. They might find a goal, but Circuit's going to miss on it. Thunderama gets the ball dunked right over him. This is a good 45 seconds of early side control from the side of Concordia as 2Dog Lucky keeps it alive. Boise State, bit of an issue there. Circuit and Thunderama both going to hit the ball. Greenwich trying to punch it. He'll pop it off back wall. Bigsby shot right at the crossbar. 2Dog Lucky banks it home. And that's a fast start for Concordia.
Boise State finding themselves with a couple of crucial misses there, and once Toxic missed there, Thunderama did not find himself rotating to back post soon enough to find the clear there. So now Boise State, for the first time tonight, is going to find themselves down in the overall score. Of course, Concordia in that position was able to find a couple quick goals to get them tied back up, so we'll see if the Broncos can do the same. This ball still centered in the field. Disruption coming through there from Concordia, I think, was pretty big in that goal, actually.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. I know that it stopped Toxic's rotation. Yeah, Toxic was rotating over, and so Circuit looked like he was bailing for boost. So yeah, great play by 2Dog Lucky. Bumping Toxic out of the way, threw up the Boise State rotation, and now Concordia with the early 2-0 lead. We're not even a minute in, but the cheat on the kickoff pays off. Bigsby is forced to make a huge save. Recenter there, another great save for Bigsby, 2 for 2. Greenwich able to play that one around Thunderama, but the cheat on the kickoff nearly pays off for Boise State. The Circuit makes a great save.
Now they might be trying to set up for another shot on goal. Toxic is going to try to stop them from doing that. 2Dog centers it up in the center of the field, and Toxic now up in the air is going to pass it off toward the corner, where both Greenwich and 2Dog find themselves stuttering just a little bit. Circuit is going to be credited with the save there, and now with the miss there from Concordia, that's going to allow Boise State with an opportunity to try to push it here, but some great shot from 2Dog is going to punish Boise State for overextending, and now Greenwich tried to get the shot on goal there, but the Broncos come in just enough time to save it, but very dangerous position there on a wide open goal.
And 2Dog Lucky has come alive here. Once again, he's going to have the ball. He'll aerial it over one. That's just going to bounce in. Greenwich is going to steal it, but I don't think he needed to touch it. And 2Dog Lucky willing his team back in. A great aerial play. He gets around Circuit, and yeah, that ball was probably going in. Actually might have gone wide. Greenwich saves it, but that was a great play by 2Dog Lucky to set that up.
Now a 3-goal lead is just about the biggest lead that we've seen here tonight. And Boise State definitely going to have their work cut out for them if they want to tie this up. But they are managing to get some early side control here as Toxic is going to be deflected off to the right there. Definitely trying to get a shot on goal there. Now in comes Circuit, is going to find a goal for himself, and that's how you start your comeback.
Yeah, just a great play there by Thunderama to set up Circuit. He barely dunks it over 2Dog Lucky. Not much you can do there for Greenwich. That ball's so far above you, you're not going to be able to get off the ground fast enough. So great start there for Boise State, but they still got a long way to go here. That kickoff's going to go to the orange side. 2Dog Lucky takes a shot on net. Toxic will make the save. Greenwich going to keep that one alive. Circuit will make the save on that one. It's Bigby's turn. Take a shot on net. Thunderama joins the party. Everybody gets a shot. Everybody gets a save. Now Boise State's trying to turn it for them. Circuit just barely going to drive underneath the ball. Thunderama will dunk it over 2Dog Lucky. Ball takes an awkward hop in the corner towards the center of the net. Thunderama's going to win on that one, and Toxic puts it home. Lucky bounce for Boise State. They'll take it, and Toxic capitalizes.
I have to take another look at this again. Greenwich missing. Definitely left it all up to Bigsy there. Yeah, like you said, just a lucky angle there for Boise State. It's now going to find themselves within 1 goal, and I would imagine they might want to try to score a quick one off this kickoff as Greenwich centers it up, allowing for Toxic. Not quite at the right angle. I would have thought, looked from my side that Lady Toxic might have had the opportunity to shoot there, but Toxic was going to pass it off to the side instead, and now in comes Bigsy. He's going to be able to push it over to orange territory. Now in comes Toxic, going to dribble it up the field, meeting Greenwich, and now Circuit now follows it up. It's going to be stopped by 2Dog. Bigsy is going to find himself demoed. Boise State is going to be looking for a clear now.
Toxic going to try and clear it. Greenwich waiting on that wall. Ball goes over him. Bigsy going to stop that one, but Circuit challenges him, uses him as a tee. Thunderama shot just barely wide of the net. Bigsy going to back into that one, but not able to clear it away. Circuit's going to get it on the wall, play it to himself, center it down. Greenwich going to miss. Thunderama just not quite fast enough for that shot on the net. He will demo Bigsy though. 2Dog Lucky though. Plays it around one, plays it around a second one, keep the ball alive for himself. Circuit able to adapt in midair. Clears it away once. Nice job there to clear it away a second time. Set it up for Thunderama. He's just barely going to miss on it, but a touch over to Circuit. Greenwich barely gets the ball under him. And Boise State with a great opportunity there. Only a minute left for them to find the equalizer.
1 minute left. Boise State finding themselves 1 goal down. Toxic now is going to be leaving it up to Circuit to find the clear there. Now opportunity for the Broncos here if they can keep the side control going. Going to pass it around the corner. Thunderama is going to try to meet Big Z in the air. Toxic, though, gets demoed. But if the Broncos can keep it alive, they can keep their offense going here. Now Two Dog is going to try to get the clear. Toxic is going to say, no, not right now. And is now going to continue up and find the equalizer with just 35 seconds left in the match.
Yeah, right off the respawn, Toxic comes from midfield. Plays it barely over Greenwich, gets that second touch. Bixby ends up putting it home, but that ball was going in, and the demolition ends up costing Concordia. If Toxic wasn't in that position off the demo respawn, no way Boise State scores that one. So now we're in a 3-3 game. We'll see how Concordia responds after 3 straight for Boise State. They're going to go up for a goal. That ball's going to ricochet in. I think that's a total own goal, unfortunately. We'll take a look at the replay here. This is where Circuit gets credit for the shot. That ball's just going to bounce around. Yeah, Bigsby hits that one home. Circuit gets credit, but that's an own goal and devastating for Concordia.
2 goals each for Circuit and Toxic. Just 30 seconds left in the match. Now Concordia is going to find themselves with certainly, I was going to say, enough time for 1 goal, but make that 2 as Thunderama scores the 5th goal for the Broncos.
Yeah, just plays that one perfectly. Bigsby was waiting for the ball to come to him. You can never do that. You got to go to the ball. Thunderama does that. He takes the risk. He puts Boise State in a position that looks very hard for Concordia to climb out of, but a kickoff goal couldn't allow anything to happen. Bigsby cheats it up, able to play it up. He's got Two Dog Lucky near midfield. But he couldn't get the pass to him. The Circuit's going to intercept that one. Two Dog Lucky can't get the shot there. Thunderama's going to clear it down with 8 seconds left. Yet I think Concordia has run out of time as Boise State with the epic 5-goal comeback here. 5 in a row for the Broncos. They'll dribble this one out. Nothing matters now. Game will end even if Concordia scores. Just going to wait for it to touch the ground as Two Dog Lucky will just ground it. And Boise State, the resiliency comes through in Game 4, and they win the series.
Well, on the ropes there for a round or two, but the Broncos managing to find the victory 3-1 in that match are going to keep their position up near the top of the bracket. At least going to be staying in second place, I would imagine. But maybe even going into first. I don't know. It's going to depend on how the other teams do. But for now and how the Broncos did, a great comeback going 5 goals there, not letting that lead get to them and coming back in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Boise State will be happy. I'm sure the VOD review of that will be a little more ugly than you and I will give it credit for, because when you fall behind 3-0 to a team like Concordia, that means everything's going wrong. You can't do that against some of the better teams. I mean, that's why we saw Boise State kind of lose their series in their first place battle. They just fell behind too early. So bad habits, not something you want to keep, but they'll take the W.
A W earned, and Idaho Army National Guard is a proud sponsor of Boise State Esports and all the W's that they can get. Top plays are presented by the Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. With more than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for, the Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. Reach out to them on Twitch at iGuard Gaming. And that's going to do it for Game 1. We are going to be taking a short break, but bring you more Rocket League right after this, so stay tuned for Match 2.
It's a calling that's kept us free. It's a place to belong. What's the calling? It's doing a job that makes a difference. Serving your community and your country. It's part-time service where the impact is full-time. What's your calling? Air Force Reserve.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your Guard adventure.
Legendary parts for legendary wins.
Yep. We'll just phrase they're fighting.
Something to say to lovers turn to strangers, but they stay fools. I'll break the chains, take the pain to save you, save you. Baby, I've been high and low. All the feelings I won't show. It's better if I let you go. You'll be better off alone. Pretty little fears I got, second guessing every shot. I won't lie, no I won't lie. I'm free but now I'm lost. Freedom comes at a cost. I won't lie, not this time. It's better if I let you go. You'll be better off alone.
Welcome back to this broadcast of NECC Rocket League. We are broadcasting it from the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. We hope you're having a good Friday night, and the Broncos are certainly having a good night so far as we just watched them overcome Concordia. And next we switch over to the Boise State Blue Squad fighting against a conference rival. Now this, joining me as always, is Michael Fisher for Rocket League. I'm studio host Jacob Jim Palmer, and this is going to be a very crucial match for Boise State versus Fresno State, if I am not mistaken. And this is very crucial, Fish, because both these teams find themselves, I think, in 6th and 7th position, and only 6 teams move on to the playoffs. So a very crucial match here tonight to keep Boise State Blue, keep them going overall this semester, and what has been a trying semester for them.
Yeah, the blue team for Boise State hasn't gotten off to the start that they were hoping for, but they're still right on that playoff line. Playing a conference rival makes it even a bit more tougher because there's nothing Fresno State would love more than to knock Boise State out. About halfway through the standings, as I think this is the last team Boise State has not played. Then we'll flip back and play some teams for the second time. But yeah, as you mentioned, it's a trying semester. There's a sub in for Boise State now with Instinct. We saw him last week help propel Boise State to a win. We'll see if he can do it again this time in a very, very crucial match, because if Boise State can take down Fresno State, not only will they get one game in the standings, they'll also have that head-to-head if things get a little scary at the end of the season. So a very important match, and while it won't secure Boise State's spot in the playoffs, it'll go a long way to making sure they're still in that top 6 when the season comes to an end.
Yeah, in terms of the lineup that we do see, we still see Ace Pocket and Baynock, but Instinct was the sub in for last night. And in terms of having kind of a first game, it was jumping into the deep end, if you will. And Instinct pulled through in flying colors, not only meshing well with the other players, but getting a lot of goals for himself. So doing a great job, and we're going to see how well this team does going forward. Still a lot left to play in the season. And Doc's keys to the game for this particular match are going to be much like the same one, just very simple. Kick A's, take ends, deliver some L's, and collect some W's. Doc's keys to the game are brought to you by Count. Identity Trust Global Network delivers real-time fraud protection, account protection, and enables personalized customer experiences for more than 9,000 leading brands and payment providers. Quick and accurate identity trust decisions deliver safe payment, account creation, and login events while reducing digital fraud, chargebacks, false positives, and manual reviews. You can go to count.com for more information.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see how Boise State does against Fresno State. I know Fresno State is running into some of the same issues that Boise State is. This is a very tough group in NECC, and there are some very talented teams that have given these teams some of those L's that we just talked about in Doc's keys to the game that the Broncos are looking to avoid. So one of these teams is going to get off on a right pace. We'll flip over in the standing and the season schedule. We'll kick things off here as Baynock going to be able to pop it up. Oh, this is a great shot here for Instinct. He just goes a little bit past the ball. Ace Pocket will as well. Instinct can't quite retreat in time. And Baynock's going to find that one off the wall. Gets centered back along with the ball. Ends up hitting it perfectly. And Baynock getting bullied around just a little bit there. Ends up in the perfect position to stop that one from going in.
Baynock had to rush in there to get that save. As soon as those two players from Boise State missed, I was thinking in my mind, uh-oh, I wonder who's going to be back near the goal. Baynock was there when we needed him. And now Ace Pocket is going to try to, try to find that clear there, but a bit of a double commit there for the Broncos. Hopefully they can get that cleaned up later in the match. And now here comes Instinct. Instead, Baynock is going to now try to push it around and center it, but in comes Manny, is going to stop him right there now. Instinct just to the right of the goal. Ace Pocket follow-up is going to just miss it, but Baynock is there for another follow-up, pushing Boise State into an early lead.
Yeah, Ace Pocket's going to go over this ball, but you're going to see here, they're going to commit on the save. Manny's going the wrong direction. Baynock realizes that. Perfect team effort there for Boise State. I think you even saw Instinct was retreating to look for a follow-up there as well. Great rotation from the blue team off the kickoff. Ace Pocket nearly gets it down. Adrian able to play it around one. That gets pinched off the ball there by Instinct. Now we see Hyena going to be able to carry that one towards midfield. Ace Pocket just going to push that one away from the net on a shot by Manny. Baynock trying to recenter himself here. Instinct clears it down. Ball takes a funky hop off the roof of Manny's car. Perfect position for Boise State, just no one there to capitalize it. Hyena's going to hit it off the back wall. Huge demo by Baynock. Ace Pocket doesn't miss an open goal very often, and it's 2-0.
Yeah, that was such a crucial demo that you can see right there in the corner of your screen onto Adrian. Left the goal wide open. Hyena, not enough time to come in there. Now Boise State finds themselves with a 2-0 lead. Now off the kickoff here, ball is going to stay in the center of the field where Manny and Adrian, a bit of a double commit there. And now Boise State are going to try to find a clear here. Adrian in the front of the goal is going to get a clear way back over toward blue territory. And now in comes Baynock. Here comes Hyena over to Adrian. I thought Adrian was going to clear it, but instead Boise State is going to keep side control going. It's still off to the corner. In comes Ace Pocket to center it up. Baynock with the follow-up, but Adrian is going to beat him to the ball and stop that shot on goal from going through. Now the Broncos left to play defense.
Ooh, couple of misses there for Fresno State. There, Boise State's going to be taking their lucky stars on that one. Nice pass over to Baynock. Manny will dunk it over him. Instinct and Ace Pocket going to be back on defense. Instinct waiting for his shot. Adrian and Hyena going to fumble around with that one. That allows Ace Pocket to perfectly get it down. Baynock's to pop it up. Instinct will bail on, realizing he doesn't have good position. And Adrian's now going to clear it down. He's got a chance on an open net. He's got Hyena near midfield as well. Tries to center it up, can't quite find it. Manny will now be the one places it off the roof. Ball will go wide. Now Instinct in the corner. Kid barely dunks it over Adrian. Passes it down to Baynock, ends up playing it off the back wall to himself. Ace Pocket takes the shot. Boise State got a 3-0 lead with a great play from Instinct to Ace Pocket.
From way back in the middle of the field, too.
I didn't even see he double tap that off the bounce. What a play by Instinct to set that one up. Boise State out to the early 3-0 lead. Saw with the Orange team, though. Just because game one doesn't go the opponent's way doesn't mean the rest of the series won't. Baynock off the kickoff. The ball just rolls too far in front of the goal. Here comes Instinct, though. Just barely misses on it, but a huge double commit from Fresno State. Adrian luckily beat Ace Pocket to the ball. That could have been another goal. Demo comes out onto Baynock. Manny's going to take the cross-court shot. It's going to go off the backboard. Ace Pocket and Baynock both going to hit on it. Manny steals that one, and Boise State with a bit of a miscommunication there allows Manny to play his own rebound.
Yeah, you see right here both Ace Pocket and Baynock double commit to that. And that leaves it wide open for Manny to just drive it in there. Boise State still 2 in the lead, though. Around 90 seconds left for them to maintain that lead. And Baynock with a great cheat there off the kickoff is going to put Boise State back to their 3-goal lead.
Yeah, we've been seeing this come out for Boise State. You cheat off the kickoff. Baynock nearly had one earlier. Manny just over-pursued it. Baynock launches it home. Nothing Hyena can do. He's over getting boost, and a great play there for Boise State. We'll see if either of these teams try something cheeky off this kickoff. As we'll get a full double commit. Manny's going to beat Baynock to that ball by a comfortable margin. Ace Pocket plays around Hyena. Over to Baynock. Right pass over to Instinct. He's going to try and carry it home. And a great save there at the final moment by Adrian. Stops it from being a 5-1 game. The time is ticking down. Minute and a half left on the clock. Baynock and Ace Pocket going to run into each other. That's going to allow Hyena to clear this one out.
Now in the middle of the field, here comes Instinct fighting for it in midair. Adrian is not going to find the clear that he was looking for. Now over to Ace Pocket, centers the ball. Adrian misses, allowing the ball to go back toward the corner. Instinct takes it away from Manny, is now going to be looking to center it up. Both Baynock and Ace Pocket are waiting. Ace Pocket's going to have to rotate back here to play some defense and now try to avoid Hyena, who comes rushing in there. Now Adrian still haven't quite. The ball is going to be centered here. Instinct very crucial for the ball not to be taken away from him. A demo onto Baynock. But now that's going to be just enough time for Baynock to respawn. And Ace Pocket for a shot on goal, but it's going to be saved by Adrian.
And he's going to pop that one into the corner. Instinct can't quite corral it. He'll get it off the follow-up off the wall. Hyena's going to come over. Baynock will miss on it. Adrian's trying to center something up for Manny. The Ace Pocket will challenge him. Manny pops it up in the air. 30 seconds left, and the time's starting to tick down on Fresno State, who needs these 3 goals. They need one quickly right here. Keep the comeback alive. Ace Pocket plays it off the wall, pass to Baynock. Oh, great save by Manny, but this isn't the side of the field Fresno State wants to be on. Demolition onto Baynock means it's a 1-on-2 here. Baynock now will respawn, hanging out on the side of the wall like Spider-Man. Pops it up in the air for Instinct, and Instinct by the double tap. He can! And Boise State, that's going to do it. They'll win this one. They just got to get these last 5 seconds off the clock.
That's going to be great for Boise State. A goal at least for all 3 players there. So nice and evening it out there. And yeah, like you said, Fish, there's just really no time left on the clock. I mean, the clock is going to reset to give a few seconds over. About 5 seconds left, but that would be the comeback that really can't happen. I was going to say comeback of the century, but I don't think even in 100 years you would find anyone able to score 4 goals in that amount of time. Boise State with a great victory there. I got to say for Baynock, he found himself on the end of a lot of demos there, but still managing to get 2 goals. So definitely pulling his weight, but getting a lot of focus there from Fresno.
Yeah, getting a little bit of payback. I know Baynock's usually the guy. He was the one who got the huge demo that opened up the goal for Ace Pocket. So Baynock's usually the one dishing out all the punishment. Doesn't really shock me that teams trying to focus him down, disrupt him. But Ace Pocket and Instinct do a great job bailing him out. And even as you mentioned, Baynock, even when he gets those demos, respawns are so fast in Rocket League, you can get yourself right back in the action incredibly quickly. Still ends up with the 2 goals. Everyone for Boise State contributing and a great start to the series.
Yeah, it always was a shot of relief, if you will, when, Baynock was demoed and you could see a clear coming through for Boise State, both Ace Pocket and Instinct not letting up on the defense in those crucial few seconds where Fresno could have made a counterattack. I do have to say, Fresno finding themselves just a little bit lacking in terms of defense, not just in terms of leaving open goals, but just not finding themselves the consistency in getting saves that they would like to. Boise State definitely getting a lot more mileage out of their shots on goals.
Yeah, Fresno State just kind of struggled with clearing the ball away. We saw this play Concordia in our first series of the night. Just need to find those clears. And Boise State Blue does a really good job of having somebody camping out of that midfield stripe. So when you think you've got a clear, the ball immediately starts coming back on your side. We've seen at times Boise State fall into that trap where they just can't find a clear to save their lives, and they just keep getting shot after shot. And no matter how clean your rotations are, if you're just always defending, eventually the net's going to open up. So Fresno State's got to focus on finding ways to get effective clears, not just trying to punting the ball towards midfield and hoping it sneaks past somebody. They've got to make sure they get an effective clear, or really that was just a wasted shot if you just clear the ball to midfield and Boise State immediately starts attack once again.
Well, with Instinct on board, Boise State is performing. You can definitely tell they want that playoff spot. With as much as they have faced this season, they are fighting back with ferocity, and now with themselves being able to find themselves at, I think that was probably the biggest lead that we have seen thus far. I believe we've seen 3-goal leads, but I don't remember seeing it going to a 4 or even 5-goal lead. I think actually no, there was one game last week where Boise State I think went 8-2 though, but that was a game toward the end of the series, and it really kind of was more of just a snowball at the very end. Boise State had kind of already gotten the win, and then they just started piling goals on top of that. But in this case, Boise State is off to really in the start of the series the fiercest start that I've seen them thus far.
Yeah, it was a really strong start for Boise State, but I mean, we saw it with the Concordia series where, even if you start out strong and you win the first 2 games, the other team can figure things out in these 60-second breaks we get between each game. So really, there's no performance from game 1 as indicative of what's going to happen here in game 2 as we kick this one off. We saw a great return there on the shot from Boise State. Adrian's trying to center it up. Baynock's going to steal that one away. Ball takes a funky hop off the wall, allows Baynock to recenter it, forces Manny to make a play. Ace Pocket's going to center it up for Instinct. He's trying to pass it over to Ace Pocket, but a great read by Fresno State's going to stop that one. Instinct going to try and turn that one around. Ball gets dunked over him by Adrian, and Adrian's going to do it himself. Just plays a little bit too fast. Boise State trying to take it slow and methodical, and Adrian made him pay for it.
That is normally where you'd see centering it up for a teammate to follow up, but just the angle right there worked great out for Adrian. Able to drive it in there, get Fresno State up to an early lead. But as we've seen tonight, these kinds of leads can vanish very quickly. Now Adrian is going to be passing it over. Baynock instead is going to be able to find the clear and now try to push it up towards the goal. Hyena keeps the side control going for Fresno State. Ace Pocket now off to the side, up the field. Adrian with a pass over to where Manny is, but Instinct is going to take it away. Now Baynock over to Instinct to try to redirect it, but it is not going to find the goal. Instead, Boise State is going to find themselves punished for leaving their goal wide open.
Yeah, they tried the give and go there. I think Instinct wanted to get it back to Ace Pocket, and just a great play there. Capitalizing on Boise State. That hit from Baynock just a little bit too weak. Couldn't get to Instinct with enough power to be able to allow that give and go situation, and Boise State finds himself down in an early 2-0 hole. Instinct though off the kickoff. He wants to pass over to Baynock. Oh, shot just barely goes wide. Ace Pocket charging in. Manny's going to clear that one over to the corner. They'll clip the side of Ace Pocket's car so he gets thrown off. Trying to come in for the follow-up. Great save there by Manny as well. Baynock will keep it alive in that corner. Looking for that second touch. Can't quite find it. Ball gets played around him. Instinct is there. He'll run right into Hyena. And now Manny's going to have it in the corner. Ace Pocket will dunk it over him. Ball right in front of the net. Adrian not paying attention. Ball barely hits off the crossbar. Instinct comes flying in. And Boise State, unfortunately, is a little bit off on their target. Should have had a goal there, but they'll miss a couple of easy opportunities.
And you can tell Instinct there was doing a very hard U-turn after he saw the opening that Fresno State left there. Unfortunately, it just wasn't in the position where he could score it. Boise State still finding themselves down 2-0, possibly 3-0 as Adrian tried to get a shot on goal there. Now a pop off the top of Adrian's Instinct's roof, is going to be pushed over toward Fresno State's territory. Now in comes Baynock. He's going to center it up. Ace Pocket might try to fight for it up here with Manny. Is going to try to ground it. Now in a position for a shot on goal to go through from Instinct, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, Boise State has felt really close to this last minute to find a goal. Ace Pocket makes a great play. You miss off the wall by Hyena. Instinct reads it perfectly. A slight defensive misplay for Fresno State. We're right back in it with just a 1-goal difference. Yeah, off the kickoff here. Ace Pocket barely able to dunk it over one. Instinct going to hit it down into the corner. Manny retreating. Squeeze it off the wall, looking for the follow-up. Can't quite find it. Ace Pocket's going to send it over to Baynock. Great challenge there by Aina. Now Instinct's going to have this one in the corner. Ball gets hit across the field there on the ricochet. Baynock takes a shot, cleared away by Manny. Ace Pocket trying to keep it alive. Boise State's going to have to retreat there with a great hit from Hyena.
And now a shot on goal is going to find its way in from Adrian, pushing Fresno State back up to 3 goals. You see Baynock here trying to find the clear, but it just gets dunked right over him back into the goal.
Yeah, a great play there for Hyena. Unfortunately, Boise State was just getting a little bit too aggro. Baynock off the kickoff, let it right over to Hyena, who's going to carry it around Ace Pocket, play it off the back wall. Instinct barely gets a touch on it. Ball centered right in front of the net. Manny's going to hit Baynock out of the way, and a great team play there. Fresno State's back up 4-1.
Yeah, Baynock was really the only one there. Ace Pocket looks like he found himself disrupted a little bit by Fresno State. Just all the bumping that they were doing there. It's going to push Boise State into a 3-goal deficit. Now they have come back from 3-goal deficits before, as we saw in the last match. So still can't quite count the Broncos out yet. But in the center of the field, Ace Pocket is going to push it up around the corner where Instinct is going to set it up. Baynock comes rushing in there, ball still in the center, and Ace Pocket trying to get the goal, but isn't going to find it, as Adrian with a great save there is going to keep Fresno State up at 4-1.
Boise State just has had so many opportunities like that where you think somehow the ball is going to find a way in the back of the net, and it just doesn't. Adrian's going to play it around both Baynock and Instinct, and feels like a GG next for Boise State. I mean, you rarely see Baynock miss on a ball. Instinct's going to miss on it as well, and Broncos probably in their own head a little bit there after those situation where it looked like the ball should go in the back of the net, and hopefully they find something in this next minute and a half, but I don't think they're going to come back in this one.
They need a good kickoff goal here if they want to start some sort of momentum. So maybe in the next 10 seconds, if they can find a very quick goal, they can still stay in the game. But with every second that ticks away, Fresno State is getting closer to tying this up 1-1. Although Instinct is going to push it past the goal, and he's going to find it. So the Broncos maybe not out of it quite yet.
I mean, yeah, Boise State feels like they've gotten more opportunities. They just unfortunately haven't found the back of the net as often as Fresno State. Great play there by Instinct, just barely teardrops it past Manny. Small chance here for Boise State, but every second is going to be incredibly crucial as Ace Pocket wins that one cleanly. Unfortunately, once again off the crossbar, here comes Instinct to hit it home, and with 1:05 left, Boise State still knocking on the door, but they've got a long way to go. They still got to find 2 goals in a minute.
But 2 goals in a minute is quite doable now. They've gotten 2 goals in the last, 15 to 20 seconds. About 30 seconds, you want to comfortably have for any goal. The Broncos have certainly brought this back in the realm of possibility. I said it was going to be a matter of those kickoff goals, and Boise State getting 2 very quickly off the kickoff. Now here is kind of out of kickoff territory now, so Boise State is now going to have to try to find a clear to push it back up the field. Baynock being credited with the save there. Now Ace Pocket getting demoed. That's going to make it a little bit harder for the Broncos to push up in these next few seconds. Hyena is going to clear back over toward Bronco territory, and now here comes Manny centering it up, and any goal from Fresno State would seal it for them right now.
Yeah, time is already starting to tick down on Boise State. Nice little pinch there from Instinct, but Manny's going to play that one perfectly all the way to the other side. He'll try and take a shot on the net. He can't quite find it. Instinct not able to get the clear. There's Adrian at midfield, and they're just suffocating the Broncos on their own end. Nice corner shot from Hyena. That'll do it. Boise State was already starting to run out of time. It's a great touch there, and they never allowed Boise State a chance to get themselves within a goal.
That's most likely going to do it for the match. Fresno State up 3 goals in 14 seconds. I don't know if you could really get 3 goals here, even with a sneaky kickoff play like that. Well, 11 seconds to get 2 goals, it's not impossible, but oh man, Broncos are really setting it up for themselves here. They still got a lot of work cut out for them.
Yeah, Boise State's going to need another one of those to even give themselves a chance, but even that goal took 4 seconds off the clock. That kickoff win for Manny might do it. A shot on net from Instinct nearly had Boise State with a very small opportunity, but time's going to tick down. We'll hit all zeros. Now it's just all fun and games. See if the ball's going to touch the ground. Instinct tries to keep it alive. It will hit over in the corner. And Fresno State wins game 2. They'll even up this series at 1 aside. We'll have ourselves a best of 3 to wrap this one up in a battle for the last spot in the playoffs.
Well, Boise State managed to push it to 4 goals, but 3 of those goals essentially were right on kickoff. When it came to sort of the normal gameplay, Boise State found themselves really choked for time by Fresno State at the end, really denying them any opportunity to clear. And also Boise State just found themselves leaving the goal open too many times that match.
Yeah, unfortunately for Boise State, they had nearly as many opportunities themselves. They had a couple of times where the ball would just kind of bounce in front of the net, and Fresno State would just kind of fly off of each other, and you're like, okay, this ball's got to go in at some point, but all 3 members had already committed for Boise State. No one could get back around for that 4th shot, so this could have easily been a tie game for Boise State. I thought they had a couple of possessions that unfortunately just things did not bend their way, so I would not be shocked if Boise State comes out in a heartbeat. It was a great rally from them. I mean, I thought this was over at 5-1 when Baynock and Instinct made plays that were very uncharacteristic of both of them, so great job for Boise State to kind of right the ship and try and panic rush back in this game, but trying to score 4 goals in a minute and 20 seconds, no matter how talented you are, is just such a tough task. So I'd love to see Boise State kind of reset the mental here, come out strong in game number 3, because I thought, like as I said, they had as many opportunities as Fresno State. They just didn't convert as many as Fresno State did.
Yeah, they definitely had some times where they were really keeping up the shot pressure. They had one follow-up, and then they had another follow-up, but the ball just bounced in front of the goal, ricocheted off of some of the members of Fresno State, and Boise State just didn't find it. But in terms of a loss that, wasn't a huge blowout, Boise State still managing to find some very interesting goals when they were way far behind, so no telling what they could do here. Early shot on goal there is going to be saved by Manny, so Boise State trying to find an early lead is now going to be looking for a clear.
So great job on that pass from Ace Pocket to Baynock. Instinct racing down. Ball right in front of the Fresno State net. Adrian going to drive under it. Baynock takes a shot, but Manny will challenge it and be able to push that ball away. They'll clear it towards midfield where Instinct is, but he can't keep it away from Hyena, who's now up in the air. Ace Pocket going to hit that one over into the corner. Baynock now going to clear. Instinct going to clear that one towards midfield. Adrian going to miss on it. Ball goes up in the air off the backboard. Instinct can't find it. Ace Pocket and Baynock both going to whiff on it as well. Boise State with some very uncharacteristic plays as Adrian's going to take a shot. Instinct going to have to pay for it with his life and clear that one into the corner.
Yeah, and a little bit of I think about 30 seconds ago I saw a double commit from Boise. The shot there on goal is going to be saved by Adrian. Boise again keeping the shot pressure up, but not going to find it there. Now 3 shots on goals, 1 apiece for each of the Broncos, but no goals to show for it. The Broncos still showing a lot of promise despite maybe a misplay here or there. Going to be going 90 seconds into the match with 3 minutes 30 seconds left. Neither team yet to score, and the Broncos still finding themselves struggling to find a clear there, but a pop off the roof there, followed by a redirect from Instinct. could have been a shot on goal, and there it's going to find its way into the goal with some help from that demo onto Hyena.
Yeah, it was just a great demo. You see there, Adrian trying to clear that one away. Just a little bit too fast, loses his dribble. Hyena not in the rotation, Manny trying to get back. So a great demo to set up a goal to give Boise State the lead. But Fresno State has applied a ton of pressure. See how Boise State handles it. There's a double commit from the Bulldogs. That's going to allow Baynock to pass it over to Ace Pocket. They'll pop it up in the air. Instinct trying to recenter it. They'll play it off the wall instead over to Baynock. His shot barely goes wide. Hyena will corral it in the corner. Instinct intercepts that pass with ease. He's not going to play it himself. Adrian will hit it over to the other corner. Great pass over to Manny, but Ace Pocket steals it away, sets it up for Baynock, but a huge save there for Fresno State. They made a couple of great ones. Adrian makes another huge one right there. But they'll double commit. Another double commit for the save. Another great save comes out from Fresno State. And now Hyena's carrying that ball all the way down. And once again, Boise State with a great possession. But Fresno State has been locked down defenders so far. Ace Pocket, though, gets an open net, and he'll find it with the solo goal.
Look at the shots on goal for this round. I believe it's about 7 or 8 for the Broncos thus far. Fresno, 0.
Yeah, Boise State in that possession alone before Ace Pocket scored probably got 3 or 4.
Yeah, that's 8 shots on goal. I now see here Fresno State has yet to mount any sort of offense that yields them a shot on goal there. They're going to get their first one there. That was such an odd angle. I wouldn't have even counted that as a shot on goal. So the Broncos still finding themselves with a lot of great side control. And another shot there is just going to go off the right post for the Broncos.
Instinct keeps this one alive. Manny's going to whip around, do a 180, and clear it towards midfield. Ace Pocket gets that one perfectly. Pass over there on the give and go, but Baynock's going to intercept it. He'll get demoed, though, by Manny. But that's going to allow Instinct to make a great play on the ball. Plays it to himself off the crossbar. Ball goes wide, though. Ace Pocket in the corner, still has it. Dunked away by Hyena. Now Fresno State's on the attack. Baynock off the respawn, able to get it. Shot by Manny, just goes high. He'll get the demo instead of go for the rebound. And that's going to cost Fresno State as Instinct gets demoed, or they don't find a shot on the back of the net. Manny's going to try and atone for that. He has it near midfield. Adrian's going to miss, but Hyena will keep it alive. Now Baynock, shot on a wide open net. Ace Pocket just can't redirect it. Adrian makes a great save, and Boise State misses a golden opportunity. Fresno State starting to run out of time.
And now some mid-air dribbling here by Manny is going to try to get a shot on goal with follow-up by Hyena up into the left, but just a little bit not quite accurate enough to find the goal, and the Broncos had good coverage there on the goal. So good saves there by the Broncos. Now trying to find the clear. Here comes Ace Pocket. He's going to be credited with a save there. Now the ball heads back over to the other side of the field. 1 minute remaining. The Broncos 2-0 lead. In comes Baynock to keep the side control. Here comes Hyena looking for the clear. Over to Ace Pocket, who's going to ground the ball.
Save there by Instinct. Adrian going to keep that one up. He'll take a shot. Ace Pocket barely turns it away. Oh, Instinct barely touched it to keep it alive. Boise State now the ones with an incredible defensive effort. Instinct going to pinch that one off the wall. Boise State has a chance to reverse it. Hyena makes a great save, though. Boise State still has possession. Baynock and Ace Pocket play back and forth. Pass to Instinct. Just intercepted there by Adrian, but time's going to tick down on the Bulldogs unless they can score right here.
How did that not go in? That was 2 shots for Fresno State, where the Broncos had left a wide open area for them to score. Which State has got to be thanking their lucky stars right now. That was too close of a situation, but nevertheless a victory for the Broncos, putting themselves within match point.
Yeah, both teams now have had a couple of crazy, even in that game alone, they both had scenarios where you thought the ball would go in first for Boise State, then late in that game for Fresno State. I think if we did have a chance to look at that replay or even in VOD review for Boise State Blue, they'll notice Instinct barely gets a fender on that ball to just barely redirect it enough to make it hit the crossbar. And then Baynock, I don't know how he didn't get credit for a save there, stops back-to-back shots from Fresno State. Just an absolute amazing defensive effort there for Boise State. And Fresno State, they had a couple of their own, but Boise State did a great job sort of capitalizing. And we've seen at times Boise State now could kind of sort of strangle out this Fresno State offense by just always putting them on the back foot and making them play defense for a majority of the match.
Even if it hadn't tied it up there for Fresno State, they would have still had, I believe, about 30 seconds left in the match to tie it up. It would have started some momentum there for them at least. So who knows what could have happened. It's a very dangerous situation for the Broncos, but now they can get a couple breaths of air and focus on the victory that they need here. Again, like we framed it earlier tonight, these teams, Boise State and Fresno State, I believe are in 6th and 7th place respectively.
Yep.
And the top 6 teams move on to the playoffs. So even if this isn't the final game of the season, or even if it is or isn't, this is still very crucial for the Broncos to win this and put themselves in an overall favorable position for the bracket to move on to the finals. Now we find ourselves entering Game 4.
And great little kickoff there. Instinct's going to have it up in the air. Oh, what a touch to get it around to Hyena. Manny makes a great play, but Instinct just barely taps it down to play it around one. He'll get demoed, though, with revenge from Manny. And Adrian's going to carry it home as the Boom Squad comes out for Fresno State. They'll get a pair of demos on this one, and Baynock did all he could to defend, but double demolition onto Instinct just feels bad.
Yeah, that just... that can't feel good any way there, although that kickoff does go in favor of Baynock. He's going to push it over toward Fresno. Now Hyena is going to try to clear it out, but meet Baynock right in the middle of the field. In rotates Ace Pocket. Now the ball is going to be driven over to the other side of the field. Instinct is meeting Manny in mid-air here, and in comes Baynock. Boise State keeping some good side control here. Now needs to try to turn that into some shots on goals, but the ball just a little bit too high for that there. Now Instinct, ball hits down in the center of the field where Ace Pocket is waiting. He's going to get a double tap in the air right there. He's going to meet Fresno State, still not able to find a clear.
Manny looking for one. He'll play it out towards midfield. Instinct is there, but he passes it right over to Hyena. Ace Pocket takes a wild jump, forces Baynock to make a huge save. Adrian's shot not going to come anywhere close to the goal. He'll try a follow-up there to hit it back. And Boise State now on the attack. Baynock passes it over to Instinct. Demolition comes out onto Ace Pocket. Adrian able to play it around Instinct in the one-on-one. Baynock's going to dunk it over him. Try and carry forward with his momentum, but not able to. Is Manny going to clear that one down? Manny tries for the follow-up as well. Hyena gets the touch. One save for Instinct there. Another save for Baynock, and now Boise State on the attack once again. Instinct going to play it off the wall to himself. Dunked away by Manny. Ace Pocket goes up, barely hits it with the back of his car. That's going to open it up, though, for Fresno State. No one in the goal for Boise State, and they'll fall behind 2-0.
You know, I gotta say, just in terms of pure aesthetics, look here. That is not the best. That is, I mean, I love, in terms of goal animations, I love it because of how anticlimactic it is, in terms of just a gasp. But I guess that's emblematic right now of Boise State finding themselves in this early deficit of goals.
Ace Pocket gets a huge demo there. Going to allow him to carry it towards that Fresno State side. Instinct intercepts that ball at midfield. Respawns come out for Adrian. Him and Baynock both going to miss on it. Ace Pocket and Hyena both going to whiff on it as well. Demolition comes out on Instinct, but he will win the battle for the ball. It's going to set Baynock up in a perfect position. Off the crossbar, though, no follow-up as Hyena is going to carry it towards midfield. Instinct off the respawn, takes a shot on goal just wide. Adrian's going to pop it up over Baynock. Instinct's got to retreat here, makes a great save, hits the ball towards midfield.
Now in midfield, Instinct is going to push it up. Hyena answers it back, but here comes Ace Pocket. Pass over to Baynock, is going to keep it away from Manny, and that was a great pass there to stop Manny from coming in to clear the ball.
Yeah, I think they were trying to give it a go as Ace Pocket's right behind Instinct, but Instinct just had the momentum, and he's going to be able to take that shot on goal, nothing that Fresno State could do. Boise State right back in it as we get to the second half of game number 4, 2.5 minutes on the clock. Ace Pocket's going to win that kickoff. Manny's going to try and play it off the wall. Awful touch for him, and that's going to open it up, but Hyena makes a great save to bail out Manny. Instinct wants to follow it up. His shot on goal is going to get out a double commit from Fresno State, but they'll keep the ball out of the back of the net. Baynock takes a shot. Hyena can't do anything but jump into the popcorn, and we've got ourselves a tie game.
Yeah, Manny and Adrian both off to the corners. It was all up to Hyena there, and just not able to get it there.
And the double commit from Fresno State costs them dearly. And Boise State's right back in it on match point. Right off the kickoff. Ooh, double commit comes out for Boise State with Instinct and Ace Pocket. Instinct trying to get this one over to that orange side of the field. Manny's going to double tap it off the back wall. Baynock's able to clear it around one. Can't clear it off a second one. That shot goes on net, but Instinct makes a great save. Instinct's going to carry it up now. Plays it perfectly around Hyena. Can't get it around Manny, though, but off the rebound. Ace Pocket's going to take a shot. Oh, the crossbar's going to deny him. Baynock wants the follow-up. Instinct thought that ball was going in and bailed on it. Boise State comes oh so close to taking the lead, but they can't quite find it.
Now Adrian is going to keep Fresno State's chances for a goal alive here as it heads back over to the other side where Manny is. Instinct is now going to pass over to Baynock, but before it can get to it, in comes Hyena with the shot on goal that's going to fly right over the Broncos and get in there.
Ace Pocket did all he could. Instinct was trying to pass to Baynock. Great intercept there by Hyena. And Ace Pocket does all he can, just doesn't have enough boost to get up in the air. And Hyena's got Fresno State back in the lead. Still plenty of time, though, for Boise State. Minute 22 on the clock. Nothing too crazy off the kickoff. Ball will go over to the side. Baynock's going to win it cleanly from that cheat-up position. One man to beat. He'll pop it up over him. Ace Pocket hits it in. Boise State drew that one up perfectly, and just like that, we're tied once again.
Ooh, I did not know that Ace Pocket was coming in there, but he was right when Boise State needed him. I also saw Instinct back there, so there might have even been a possibility for if Ace Pocket missed, Instinct would have come in there.
Boise State has done really well on these follow-up goal chances, as we're going to see now. Adrian's going to take a shot on net. Hyena will get demoed, though. Follow-up shot from Adrian, just too fast for Boise State to save, and we've got a goal bonanza here. Once again, Fresno State's in the lead. Is this shot just too hard? Right past Ace Pocket, and Baynock just not in the perfect spot. That ball going so fast, just ricochets off of it.
Yeah, as much as we focus on the demos, sometimes you do get a goal even with one team member down. So here comes another shot, though. Very crucial. Hyena got that. That would have left it wide open for the Broncos, but the Broncos want to keep another shot here off the crossbar. They need to get it in there to tie it up, but aren't going to find it. But they might try again here as two members of Fresno State found themselves bunched up in the goal there.
Yeah, Demolition came out. Respawn was right next to where the ball was, unfortunately for Boise State. Fresno State's going to clear it down to the other side. Instinct just barely dunks it over a member of the Bulldogs. Manny's going to hit it right back on the goal. A miss from Ace Pocket, and Boise State find themselves in a similar situation to Game 2, down 2 goals with 30 seconds.
Well, the animation might be an anticlimactic, but that was anything but anticlimactic as Manny puts Fresno State into a 2-goal lead there. Now it's not out of the realm of possibility for the Broncos, but they are going to have to get one of those early kickoff goals. And they're going to try here as Instinct is going to center it up for Ace Pocket to take the shot on goal over Fresno State, up left, and he's going to find it. Broncos are still in this game.
Yeah, Boise State has been the better kickoff team by far with the amount of pressure they have to apply. Great job by Instinct on the follow-up. Ace Pocket double taps it right off the backboard. And Boise State's going to give themselves a chance, but they still have to be the ones to score. Last time Fresno State choked them out when they needed one more goal. We'll see how this kickoff goes. Baynock wins it cleanly. Adrian with an awful touch has to barely hit it away from his own net. Boise State right now with a great opportunity.
Oh.
Double commit comes out. But Boise State not in position to punish. Hyena's going to get a great demo on to Baynock with 10 seconds left. Another great touch there. Shot on the net, not going to be going anywhere. Baynock will double tap it off the wall, but Boise State's going in the wrong direction. You're going to have to carry it the length of the field here. Oh, that ball barely kept alive, but it's going the wrong direction. Instinct's going to launch it down, but no one for Boise State is near fast enough, and Fresno State will hold on for the victory, and they're going to send us to a Game 5.
Ah, that's got to hurt also because that was a fantastic clear. I could have imagined Boise State making a real run for a goal there, but still keeping it alive and very competitive. Only missing by 1 goal there in the 4th game. So now we head into the 5th game, and Boise State wanting to make sure that they get into a good position where they have a chance to go to the playoffs, but Fresno State is fighting them hard for it.
Yeah, both these teams fighting for that 6th spot in the playoffs as we wrap up the first half of the season schedule, and we'll start playing some teams for a second time. So huge head-to-head win here for Boise State if they can fight it in Game 5. And we've seen a tale of two different sides. When Fresno State wins, they jump out to this early lead and then kind of allow Boise State to sneak back in the final seconds before they just barely stop Boise State. Meanwhile, when the Broncos have won, they've kind of started out strong. They put 3-4 goals on Fresno State and just haven't allowed the Bulldogs back in it. So I'm curious to see what happens in Game 5. I think kickoffs, Boise State is tremendously favored. They've gotten so many more kickoff goals than Fresno State. So Boise State, if there's a goal that gets scored early, they could really snowball their chances with a kickoff goal and maybe go from 1-0 to 2-0 just like that. So Fresno State's got to work on their kickoffs, figure out a better strategy in these 60 seconds because whatever they did in games 1 through 4 is not working.
I agree. That has been the Fresno State's biggest weakness, is Boise State's ability to catch them off guard. And they might just do it here off the kickoff just to the left of the goal. But no real follow-up there from the Broncos now. But Bannock's going to keep the side control left, right in front of the goal, and it's going to find itself rolling in there just barely to put the Broncos into an early lead.
Yeah, Adrian's forced to clear that one out. Fresno State was retreating, just didn't know quite where to be, and that ball just barely bounces in as the popcorn explode. But now Fresno State, as I mentioned, this could easily snowball to a huge lead for Boise State. We'll see how this kickoff goes. Ace Pocket with a great hit onto it. They're going to force Adrian to make a play in the corner. Baynock's going to challenge him, and that kickoff advantage for Boise State rears its head. 1-0 to 2-0 in just 5 seconds.
Oh, the Broncos are charging furiously into a 2-goal lead here. These angles for these first 2 goals have been just crazy. The first one barely rolling in, the second just missing the left post. And now the Broncos off this kickoff is going to go to the side where Instinct continues to push it up. Manny needs to get the clear here, but instead it's going to go off toward the side. Now Manny again looking for the clear. Instinct trying to take it away from him, but isn't going to find it. And now Fresno State has found their first clear.
Oh, scary pass there on the back pass from Baynock to Instinct. Instinct will carry it down all the way to the corner. He'll punch Manny off the ball. Force Hyena to commit on it. Ace Pocket comes charging in. Manny's just trying to find the ball. He's driving in circles right now. Baynock and Instinct going to collide on what could have been an easy shot. So a bit of a misplay there for Boise State. And that's going to stop them from building this lead. And an instant punish from Fresno State. And Boise State, a double commit is going to cost them in the end as Manny finds the wide open net.
See, Instinct had the right idea here, but a little bit too soon on that jump. He had already flown past the ball, so definitely saw that Manny would try to go for a shot on goal there, but just outplayed in that one moment. Now Baynock is going to be able to cheat this ball, trying to get the side control, but also Adrian was waiting for him to do it. Was able to keep the ball slightly toward Bronco territory, but in comes Ace Pocket up in the air. Baynock not able to get the come on top of that 50-50 there. But Instinct trying to get a shot on goal there is going to miss. The Broncos find themselves stumbling just a little bit. They'd love to find that third goal.
And now they got to play some defense. Hyena's just going to overdrive that ball, still rolling towards the Broncos net. Instinct now near midfield, trying to set something up. He'll take a shot. Manny redirects it. Baynock with the pass to Ace Pocket. Turned away by Hyena, but the ball's still on that orange side. Baynock and Ace Pocket both going to miss on it. That'll open things up for Adrian to hit it over into the Boise State corner. Instinct going to steal it away from him, and now Manny has to retreat. He'll challenge Instinct on the ball. He gets popped up in the air. Hyena's going to miss on it. Ace Pocket sees his opportunity. He'll take a quick shot. Adrian's going to push it over to the corner where Baynock is waiting. He'll center it back for Ace Pocket. Hyena barely beats it to the ball. Instinct wants to keep it alive. He'll play it off that side wall, try and play it to himself. Manny's going to make the save, clear it towards midfield, and Ace Pocket is going to hit it over to that opposite corner and away from Fresno State.
Now here comes Ace Pocket, able to keep the ball from completely being thrown onto the goal, but there goes a shot on goal there from Manny. It's going to be saved by Instinct. Here comes Baynock, going to be looking for the clear pace. It plays it past Hyena and also Adrian. That means Manny has to be the defense there, but ooh, that might have been, if there was a follow-up from Boise State, that might have been a goal, but the ball was traveling really fast there. So it would have been hard to follow up. But here comes a good one right here. Ace Pocket's going to try to lay it up in front of the goal where Instinct gets the shot and the follow-up, and Baynock there gets the goal at last. That's quite a bit of ping pong there.
Yeah, those were goals earlier in the series that Boise State wasn't finding. Instinct gets the shot off the crossbar. Baynock right in front of Manny gets it around Adrian, and those are the kind of goals Boise State needs in this Game 5. Just 2.5 minutes gone by. The Broncos with the 3-1 lead. Baynock off the kickoff, pops up in the air. Fresno State has solved their kickoff woes for now. They still need to find a pair of goals. Instinct Now Ace Pocket will carry it up. Great intercept there by Hyena. Baynock and Instinct going to collide. Still seeing the bit of double commits for Boise State, but Baynock with an opportunity. Great save there from Hyena. Ace Pocket wants to keep it alive, though. Ooh, water falls down. I don't know if Manny was ready for that one. Instinct does a great job stopping it. Now Adrian has to play it off the wall. He can't do it. Instinct's going to pop it back for Baynock. Ball's just above him. Sets it up perfectly for Ace Pocket. That shot just wide, though. Adrian tries to pass it over to Manny. He'll get bumped out of the way. Manny's shot. Oh, saved by Instinct. Baynock was there as well. Boise State pressing a little bit here with a minute and a half left, but they're just trying to hold on to this lead as Hyena's going to keep it alive at the midfield stripe. Pass back to Adrian. Pair of misses there. Ace Pocket sees his opportunity. Takes one. Can he find the double tap? No. Disrupted there perfectly by Manny, but he's still got Baynock near midfield. Instinct takes the shot. Baynock with the follow-up just wide of the net. Fresno State should find it clear.
We're almost a minute. We almost have 1 minute left into this match, and a bow's going to find its way into the goal. Ace Pocket taking Boise State's lead to 3 goals.
Yeah, Baynock does a great job keeping that ball alive, and Ace Pocket just dunks it right over Hyena. I thought Fresno State for sure was going to find a clear and a chance to get within 1 goal, but Boise State makes them pay, and now we'll see. Fresno State's nearly blown 3-goal leads in the last minute and 10 seconds. Can Boise State hold on here and win this series?
Well, in terms of the kickoff, Baynock is going to be the one to hang back and try to get the clear after it, but Manny keeps Fresno State's hopes alive. They need to find some sort of goal here, but 2 members are going to get demoed and stop them right in their tracks. Enough time for Boise to get a clear and drain some precious seconds off of that clock.
Ooh, they play it around Manny perfectly. Adrian makes the save. Baynock says none of that. Goal number 4 in Game 5 for Baynock. Boise State's going to pretty much wrap this one up. Just a great play by Baynock to challenge Adrian, and Fresno State, unfortunately, the wheels have come off here in game number 5 for them.
Yeah, that's the 4th goal for Baynock, 1 goal for Ace Pocket, but certainly Instinct not being left out of those goals. All the members of the Broncos just came alive here in game number 5. Now they just got to play a game of running out the clock, but as we saw in the previous, if they see a chance to get a goal, they are not going to pass it up. They find themselves in the lead 5-1. Here comes Instinct. It's going to try to push it toward the goal and follow up by Baynock and Fish. Are we possibly looking at a Brazil?
We'll see here. It would be tough. I mean, really just a great play by Baynock, honestly. Instinct with the great pass as well. Boise State really coming alive here. Final 20 seconds. I mean, any goal is inconsequential outside a goal differential that might come in place of a tiebreaker here. We see Adrian's going to be able to clear this one around a pair of Broncos. Instinct keeps it alive. 10 seconds left. Ace Pocket will pop it up in the air. Boise State probably just wants to dribble this one out. We'll see if we see any last-second shenanigans. Hyena going to hit it over into the corner. Instinct pops it up. Final seconds here. Nothing really matters at this point. Baynock's just going to let it hit the ground. And Boise State is your Game 5 winner.
Well, it's not a Brazil, but who's complaining at this point, because the Broncos have found themselves with a victory. And on top of the victory they had last week, the Blue Squad is roaring back with a vengeance, putting themselves in a much more favorable position to get to those playoffs. Great win for the Broncos and great gameplay from Fresno State to keep it competitive. Well, Boise State Esports is always looking for talented players, production, and broadcast talent. Top talent, along with good grades and eligibility, can earn scholarships as well. Sign up today by visiting boisestate.edu/esports for more information. And as I like to say, we list Overwatch, League of Legends, and Rocket League down there, but just because you see a game that you don't play listed there, that doesn't mean that you can't get involved with Boise State Esports, because we always have special events that we are hosting. So keep looking to boisestate.edu/esports for all updates and information, because you never know when we might be hosting a game that you play.
Yeah, really just a great win there for Boise State in Game 5. As I mentioned, now, from what I have been told by the Boise State coaches, the schedule is going to reset the records rope, but now we'll see teams for a second time. And I know, talking to the coaches, this Boise State Blue team had some results against teams that they should have beat that just didn't go their way. And I think Boise State, I'm not going to say they're going to vault right in the #1 spot in the standings. I think they've kind of lost that chance, but they can maybe get into this 5 or 4th, maybe even the top 3, depending on how the second half of the season go and get away from this right on the cusp of playoffs. So I think this Boise State team's coming together at the right time. A win over Fresno State is huge as they battle out for that last playoff spot, but I wouldn't be shocked to see Boise State get some revenge on teams that kind of gave them some head-scratching losses early in the season.
Yeah, they are definitely in the position for it. All 3 members performing at their peak. But out of those 3 members, only one can claim the Idaho Central Credit Union Player of the Game for tonight. So we will be seeing in just a few seconds who that is.
Yeah, I would have to go with Baynock. As Santana Moss once said, big-time players make big-time plays in big-time games. 5 goals in Game 5. I don't care if you had no goals and were scoring on yourself the first 4. You come alive when it matters most. That's the only game we're going to remember. This has to be Baynock. He was the huge reason why. I mean, he got some great passes from Ace Pocket and Instinct. Don't get me wrong, and those players played spectacular. But when you pop off for 5 goals in Game 5, there's no question this has to be Baynock.
I would also have to say that Baynock, in times when he was demoed, played well. But, of course, it is a team effort, and each player has amazing plays that we can show off, and it's going to be Ace Pocket's plays that get him the overall spot tonight.
Yeah, I thought Ace Pocket played really well in the games Boise State won in games 1 and 3, and had a couple of good moments in the games where Boise State had this ferocious comeback. So not a bad choice at all, as I mentioned. I mean, the reason Baynock scored 5 goals in Game 5 is he had some great setups from Ace Pocket. I mean, those guys have been playing together forever. They've done a really good job kind of getting Instinct on board and in gear incredibly quickly here with this team. So a huge ICCU player of the game for Ace Pocket. He's played spectacularly right alongside his 2 teammates.
Well, ICCU Play of the Game is brought to you by Idaho Central Credit Union, who believes a great player makes a team more successful, just like Idaho Central's helping members achieve financial success. Ace Pocket is your Idaho Central Credit Union Player of the Game tonight.
Yeah, he had a couple of huge goals. I mean, I think, unfortunately for Ace Pocket, a lot of his big goals were in those games where Boise State was trying for a ferocious comeback and just couldn't quite find it, so those kind of do get overshadowed. But overall, great play from him. He's been playing really, really well in this NECC, and I think he is a big reason why, along with Instinct and Baynock, with his recent play, like we just saw, why this team, like I said, I think they could come alive here in the second half of the season. I'm not saying they're going to play up into the #1 spot, but I think they could get in that 4th, 5th, or maybe even the 3rd spot, depending on how they play in the second half of the season. So teams better be ready. Just because they beat Boise State early on does not mean the Broncos are an easy win going forward.
Well, after their win tonight, they've got to be feeling good about their prospects. And I hope everyone who's watching has had a good time as well. We'll close out with the top 5 plays of the game, brought to you by the Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your critical thinking skills into real time with more than 10 positions offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for. The Idaho Army National Guard is one of the best teams to join out there. Reach out to them at iGuard Gaming at Twitch. For now, though, that's going to do it for us tonight. Thank you so much for watching, and stay safe. Though, around 90 seconds left for them to maintain that lead. And Baynock with a great sheet there off the kickoff is going to put Boise State back to their 3-goal lead.
Yeah, we've been seeing this come out for Boise State. You cheat off the kickoff. Baynock nearly had one earlier. Manny just over-pursued it. Baynock launches it home. Nothing Hyena can do. He's over getting boosted. Hyena near midfield as well. Tries to center it up. Can't quite find it. Manny will now be the one plays it off the roof. Ball will go wide. Now Instinct in the corner. Kid barely dunks it over Adrian. Passes it down to Baynock. Ends up playing it off the back wall to himself. Ace Pocket takes the shot. Boise State got a 3-0 lead with a great play from Instinct to Ace Pocket.
Here if they want to start some sort of momentum. So maybe in the next 10 seconds, if they can find a very quick goal, they can still stay in the game. But with every second that ticks away, Fresno State is getting closer to tying this up 1-1. Although Instinct is going to push it past the goal, and he's going to find it. So the Broncos maybe not out of it quite yet. It up. Ace Pocket might try to fight for it up here with Manny. Is going to try to ground it. Now in a position for a shot on goal to go through from Instinct, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, Boise State has felt really close to this last minute to finding a goal. Ace Pocket makes a great play. You miss off the wall by Hyena. Instinct reads it perfectly. Slight.
they are going to have to get one of those early kickoff goals. They're going to try here as Instinct is going to center it up. Brace Pocket to take the shot on goal. Over Presto State, up left, and he's going to find it. Broncos are still in this game.
Yeah, Boise State has been the better kickoff team by far with the amount of pressure they have applied. Great job by Instinct on the follow-up. Ace Pocket double taps it right